automatically turn off, or if anyone has any questions, feel free to contact our team through the chat box. We encourage everyone to participate in the Q&A, and we've prepared a Q&A box to post any questions that you might have during or after the paper. Please ensure that you sign in your attendance via the Google form that we will share with you. Just for everyone's knowledge, there will be two Google forms, one in the morning and one in the evening. So please fill in for both to fill in your attendance. Now, but the most important thing that I would like everyone to remember is for this conference, the most key thing is to please remember to learn, engage, and enjoy. Now, to kickstart this conference, we will begin with something familiar and close to home. To the respective audience, please join us as we stand and sing along to pay tribute to our national anthem, Negaraku. Wonderful. Now, I'd like to kindly ask all of us to remain in silence as we allow Mr. Adam to recite prayers for our Muslim audience. While this goes on, practitioners of other faiths may recite their own respective prayers. Mr. Adam?
Dengan nama Maha Pengasih, Maha Penyayang. Segala pujian bagi Allah, Tuhan sekalian alam. Selawat dan salam atas Rasul junjungan Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Ya Allah, pada hari yang penuh keberkatan ini, kami menadah tangan sambil melafazkan kesyukuran atas segala nikmat, rahmat dan inayat. Nikmat iman, nikmat kesejahteraan, nikmat kemerdekaan dan keamanan. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim, kami memohon agar Engkau jadikanlah persidangan Enviro 360 Waste Management Conference 2025 yang diadakan pada hari ini, 19 Jun 2025, sebagai persidangan yang Engkau berkati dan redoi. Ya Allah, Kau berikanlah kami kekuatan untuk menggalas tanggungjawab sebagai orang yang berwibawa dan bantulah kami sentiasa berada di atas landasan yang benar. Demi agama, bangsa dan negara yang kami cintai. Amin. Amin ya rabbal alamin.
Amin. Okay, thank you, Mr. Adam, for your wonderful dua. To our respective audience, the organizing committee, and our esteemed speaker and panelists, once again, my name is Umar, and I will be your host throughout this conference. I would like to take this opportunity again to say that we from Ashika Group Cinema Hut extends its heartfelt appreciation to all participants for their active involvement in the esteemed virtual conference. We are truly delighted to witness the dedication of so many people who have generously devoted their time and energy to make this event the success it is today. We also express our appreciation to those returning participants who have graciously joined us once again, adding to the richness of our collective experience. Ladies and gentlemen, Welcome to the Enviro 360 Waste Management Conference. Today, our main goal is simple yet an honorable one, a greener earth. Today, we will explore innovative, sustainable scheduled waste management strategies that are not just efficient, but also cost-effective. I am certain that everyone here is familiar with scheduled waste management strategies, and the excess waste that comes from it. I can't deny, processing scheduled waste isn't as simple as putting it in a plastic bag and leaving it by the side of the road for someone to pick up. But I am confident that in 2025, there are new and better ways to conduct scheduled waste management. No matter your role in scheduled waste management, this conference aims to provide all of its respected delegates the knowledge and insight into new strategies, new technologies, and most importantly, a game plan to make your scheduled waste operations effective and efficient. Just to remind everyone, this conference, the Enviro 360 Waste Management Conference 2025, is a one-day conference comprising of 4 papers, 1 quiz, and 1 forum. So I hope you stick around until the end. Without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Zulhazami bin Muhammad Nabi, our managing director, to give a welcoming speech. Mr. Zul?
Assalamualaikum and greetings. I am truly delightful to welcome all of you to the Environment 360 Waste Management Conference 2025, organized by Malaysia Group Sdn Bhd. Whether you are in operation, compliance, or strategy, your role in advancing sustainable waste management is vital. Increasingly, business recognize that sustainability isn't just ethical, but it's a smart investment. Yet many still view scheduled waste as a costly obligation. Storage, logistic, and treatment seems complex. But sticking with outdated method leads to higher risk, inefficient processes, and greater cost both financially and reputationally. Malaysia is already feeling the impact. Extreme weather, resource strain, and tighter regulation. The status quo is no longer viable. Fortunately, technology offers real solution. AI-powered dashboard detect waste anomalies, IoT sensors, monitor bin level, and trigger pickups efficiently. Automated reporting tools simply compliance and reduce human error. This innovation aren't future concept. They are here, and they are delivering results, lower costs, streamlined operation, and stronger ESG performance. The message is clear. Outdated system drain resources. Smart system create value. My fellow environment practitioners, we can no longer rely on outdated systems and short-term thinking, but we need creative, practical solutions that benefit both the environment and the bottom line. Today's conference is not just about raising awareness, it's about sharing strategies that work and building momentum for real change. This brings us to the theme of this year's conference, Innovating for Sustainability, Industrial Solution for a Greener Earth. We choose this theme because innovation is the key to solving our waste challenges. So what are we hoping you will take away from today? First, we want you to help everyone here build a stronger understanding of why sustainable scheduled waste management is essential not just for compliance, but for long-term success. Second, we will explore innovative technologies, policies, and best practices that are already helping companies improve their waste treatment system. And third, we reflect on past failure and common mistake so we can learn from them and avoid repeating them in the future. Let me say this clearly, sustainability is not just the responsibility of governments or environmentalists, it's the responsibility of every factory manager, every engineer, every planner, and every absolutely business owner. Whether you work in manufacturing, construction, logistics, or waste services, your action matter. And the good news is doing the right thing often bring business value too. Lower waste means lower cost. Cleaner operations mean fewer penalties. And sustainable branding builds trust with customers, investors, and regulators. Before I close, I want to take a moment to say thank you to our speakers and panelists, to you for working closely with our team and for being willing to share your knowledge and experience. And to my Mashika team, thank you for your hard work, and dedication in organizing this event. With that, it is my great pleasure to officially open the Enviro 360 Waste Management Conference 2025. I encourage all of you to take full advantage of today's session and ask questions, make connection, and most importantly, take action on what you learn. Let's work together to create a real, lasting change for our businesses, communities, and our planet. Thank you, and I wish you a meaningful and inspiring conference.
Okay, thank you very, very much, Mr. Chizul, for your speech and for officiating the ceremony. Now, before we begin, I would just like to check back with our audience who is still here. If you are still here, can you please reply yes? Let's get a bit of action for our first speaker. Okay, great. Thank you very much. So now, without further ado, let's begin with our first paper. To start off, our first speaker is Muhammad Fazli Muhammad, the Technical Advisor at Enviro Fusion Worldwide. Mr. Muhammad Fazli is an experienced HSE sustainability consultant, trainer, and practitioner with almost 15 years of proven results in improving HSE legal compliance for multinational companies. He specializes in wastewater treatment plants, landfill operations, scheduled waste management, SOP including ISO Management System 9001, 40001, and 45001. In addition, he provides sustainability technical consultation and training, covering the national and international framework, standards, and rating. For example, ISO 40064 GHG Protocol, LCA, and EPD, including sustainability reporting as compliance with Pusat Malaysia requirements. Please welcome our first speaker for the day, Mr. Muhammad Fazli, with his paper titled From Past Mistakes to a Greener Future, Strengthening Scheduled Waste Accountability. Mr. Fazli, are you there?
Halo, Assalamualaikum.
Salah.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I can hear you. So are you ready, Mr. Fazli?
Yes, I'm ready.
All right. So I'll leave the floor to you. If anything, just let me know.
All right, thank you so
All
much.
right. Thank you very much, Mr. Fazli.
All right, can I share a slide? Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning to everyone. I am Muhammad Fazli bin Muhammad. Actually, I'm working as the seasonal basis for Enviro Fusion Robots, but I'm from actually I have set up my own company, which is has is global, and also I am a freelance HSE sustainability consultant and trainer and also auditors. And first and foremost, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizer, Mashika, for inviting me to deliver a topic on schedules, mismanagement, and implications. This is my second time with Mashika, I think, and thanks again for inviting me. And as we know that themes of today's conference, innovating for sustainability, industrial solution for a greener Earth. It is clear that collaboration, innovation, and accountability must take center stage between waste generator and prescribed premise. As for this conference is being conducted on a virtual basis, I hope to get some question from participants in the chat box, and I'll answer all the question within the time allocated. And I'm looking forward a meaningful engagement session ahead. Okay, today I'm going to share with you some important information in schedule waste management and some stories based on my experience in handling schedule waste for over than 15 years, uh, working with several industries, waste management, construction, and so on. And also, before we start, let me see what we caught in Malaysia. So here we can see, sorry, I need to adjust the setting. Okay, now clear. Okay, basically, as we see here in the slide saying that based on the data in 2021, we got pollution sources under the EQA in Malaysia. We got 417 licensed premises for recovery, for treatment, and also for disposal of scheduled waste. And also we got over than 400 licensed premises for oil palm, over 50 licensed premises on rubber, and also over than 1,000 uh, in 1,000 ERA development projects. And also beside that, we also have over than 15,000 premises that has not been licensed by DOE. And also most of the pollution are coming from motor vehicles. So here is a trigger point saying that there are so many pollution sources in Malaysia, uh, regarding on schedule waste, air pollution, and also wastewater. So this is very, very critical, especially for Malaysia. And after this, I will show to you because I actually previously, I'm working as the environmental practitioner, uh, covering on the EI compliance, schedule waste management, wastewater, and so on. But when I jump to the sustainability fields, I feel that it totally new for me because it cover a broad a broad scope cover rather than environment itself. It covers also covers the social and also governance. But I didn't want to touch on this today on that, but I will relate on how does the schedules management relates to your either sustainability implementation or sustainability reports. So as we can see here, as the trend of the scheduled waste generation is here is showing from the data is from 2011 until 2021. As we can see here, before COVID-19, the numbers of total hazardous waste generated in Malaysia is around, we take example on 2018, the number is 2.36 metric ton in Malaysia. But after the COVID-19, the numbers increased tremendously. It up to 7.51 metric ton in 2021. So this is very critical for Malaysia. What happened to schedules that being generated? This is the data that we got from Department of Environment. What happened to the data that they didn't mention or didn't report inside the issues? So this is very, very crucial, because after this I relates to previous practices which are using the 3R concept, and now they are looking at another R, which is the reduce. Then later it will relate to the sustainability approach that later will be implemented by the Department of Environment in the next future. So also we can see here the quantity of hazardous waste managed using the 3R concept. Yes, previously we are using reuse concept, we are using recycling concept, we are using recovery concept, but we add another concept, which is to reduce the waste. So waste generator should be responsible for the waste generated and should take initiative to, at the first place, to reduce your waste management, your waste generation at your premise. So this is how the trend it become worse and worse nowadays. And now DOE also introduced what we call a TWG, total waste generator, and WAC, waste acceptance criteria. And after this, you will relate why waste acceptance criteria is very important for both for waste generator and also for prescribed premise. And here we can see from 7.51 metric ton, only 2.45 metric ton goes to disposed by managed using 4R, and the rest 1.14 metric ton is disposed by at landfill, and also 0.12 is disposed by incinerator. So what happened to the balance? As we can see, I think some of you are familiar with the management of schedules, because I believe you have dealing with your schedules prescribed premise. So there are two costs involved. First is cost of the transportation, and second is the cost of the waste management or disposal. And the waste management the type method of disposal have a different rate or different costs. That's why when you engage with your prescribed premise, please take note that what they use to treat your waste or to dispose your waste, because as the waste generator, you should responsible on your waste until they what you call it, until a cradle to grave, until to dispose at the proper site or proper place. That's why you need to know, and I'm suggest for you to conduct the second party audit. You can go to the premise and to check your waste coming to the premise and what they do until they dispose or they burn, or what kind of the treatment that they use to treat your waste. And that is okay. Before I go further, let we recap again what is the definition of a schedule waste in Malaysia. So Schedule Waste in Malaysia, based on the Environmental Quality Act 1974, means any waste prescribed by the minister in the regulation as schedule waste. So it used the list they used, so it used the list that has been mentioned inside the regulation. And based on the regulation, Schedule Waste, Environmental Quality Schedule Waste Regulation 2005, Schedule Waste means any waste falling within the categories of waste listed in the first schedule. So the first schedule, I've heard that they will revise, amend the first schedule, because they believe some of it they combine and quite difficult to for industrious player to understand the terms or the way they identify the character of the schedule waste and so on. So they in the process, in the midst of the revamp or improvise the first schedule. And the first schedule we can see here, we got a 5 category, schedule SW1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And schedule with SW1, 10 codes, schedule with SW2, 7 codes, SW3, 27 codes, SW4, 32 codes, and SW5, 1 code, and total up 77 codes. Okay. All right. That is about the schedule waste. So you want to know more about the how do you identify, is it your waste is schedule waste, then you need to refer to first schedule. But based on my experience, yes, you can refer to a first schedule, but if you doesn't have experience knowing about the waste process, the physical composition and so on, it's quite difficult to understand straightforward from there. So I'm suggest for you, if you have schedule waste, please send your person to become at least you have a one competent person on schedule waste, or they call it steps one. All right. So this is from the first schedule. How do you identify is it a schedule waste or not? It based on the source of waste generated. It based on the type of process or activities, and also based on the physical and chemical composition of the waste. And last, you also can check with the safety data sheet or SDS of raw material use. So talking about the source of the waste generated, you need to know where is the source, what is the source, is it the source using chemical process and so on, is it the source is you generate character which are referred to 5 character in schedule waste, is it corrosive and so on. And also you need to also know what type of process. Maybe you have leachate treatment plant, or you have wastewater treatment plant, or you have by the name itself, you can straight away know that that process is can generate waste, scheduled waste from there, such as you have the burning process, a combustion process, and you using chemical inside there. So by knowing that, and then you can straightforward and this is actually this waste is can be parked under what category or what code under the schedule waste. You can check from there straight away from there, such as you change your fuels, engine fuels. So you from the name itself, it can directly shows to you either it a schedule waste or not. And also and now they are strict on this physical and chemical composition of waste. And based on my experience, to do this, you need to know, because there are uh, so many heavy metals inside the waste. You need to check the physical process and also chemical composition of waste using the lab test. But I'm suggest for you to use the SAM accredited lab to make sure that your data is accurate and can support if there is any agreement on that after this. And also, you also can check on the safety data sheet, which are referring to, normally they are referred to safety, to get to know what is the safety data sheet for the raw material that been used for your production or daily basis. All right, then how do we know what is the schedule is? Because we have heard about the first schedule, and then how to identify, and how to identify it. It also relates to the schedule waste characteristic. So there are 5 schedule waste characteristic that has been used globally, not only in Malaysia. The first one is ignitable. Is it easier to combust? Is it, and then second is corrosive. Is it very corrosive? And then you can check with how to check either it's corrosive or not. Some practices are using metal to check the corrosivity. But again, I just suggest to you, you can use the lab test to check the pH level. Is it very acidic or is it very alkaline? That is falls under the corrosive. And the third one is toxic. And some of it you can check the toxicity because from the chemical itself, when you use chemical, it might be toxic, because you can need to check also with the SDS and so on. And I will share to some of my not study, my reading. As I heard, see in the paper saying that 3 childrens in, I think in Johor, has been hardly hardly corrosive their skin, due to they has been exposed to the span or use engine oil, or we call it in term for schedule waste code, schedule waste code 305, SW 305. That's why for us, we see that what it's just a used engine. Is it a very critical or very hazardous to human? Yes, because the character is different. Has been changed due to mix with steel materials and so on. So that's why when you try to manage, you need to understand what is the characteristic of your waste. And also, is it a reactive? Some of it reactive, such as a peroxide waste. And also, is it infectious? But and talking about the infections, previously we have gone through the COVID-19 years, 2019 up to until 2021. And based on uh, because I have involved in this field in terms of solid waste management, domestic solid waste management. So we got a meeting with the government, and it quite difficult for the government itself at that day, because the capacity of the waste treatment. Because if we see the character, any infections, materials, or contaminants or waste, it falls under the scale waste. Because if the waste, it contain any one of these character, either ignitable, either corrosive, either toxic, reactive, or infectious, they are scheduled waste. So that's why what happened is, when we in COVID-19 years, 2019, we got shrinks, we got mask, face mask, and so on, glove, and so on. If we declare it as a scheduled waste, then our waste treatment facility cannot treat that. So that's why do we collaborate between the waste generator and the government to make sure that they can manage properly at that time. And we after that, it goes to normal, and it just at that point of time to manage the issues for schedule waste. Okay, this is what happened in Malaysia. we got recorded by previous, I think previous, because currently he's in leave, on leave, I think. Nick Nazmi on leave. So, but based on his statement saying that 99 illegal scheduled waste disposal complaint recorded to date. To what? To December 2024. So there are too many illegal scheduled waste disposal unrecorded and also unrecorded in Malaysia. And also what happened nowadays, we see, I think lately, 2 or 3 months before, they range on the uh, e-waste operation, operating without oversight. That's true. In Malaysia, we have so many illegal e-waste recycling, because here mentioned more than 200 illegal e-waste recycling facility. And bear in mind that e-waste is one of schedule waste. You see inside the schedule, for schedule, e-waste is falls under the SW110 or electrical and electronic waste. So that's why when you have the e-waste, you need to dispose properly at the prescribed premise. And based on previously, I'm working with Alam Fora, and we got a license from Department of Environment to collect the e-waste, and we register the e-waste data inside the e-Swiss. So and I think it's around 6 operators that have given the license by the DOE in 2023, if I'm not mistaken. So this is also, we have so many issues in Malaysia coming from illegal e-waste and so on. And what else happened in Malaysia? And here, Scheduled Waste Management Offences, DOE Penang, says 7 investigation papers open against 10 premise. For now, they are not looking for they are looking for any industries. It doesn't care you are big companies or small companies. That's why DOE aggressively nowadays are looking on the compliance on scheduled waste management and also others ways and others laws and regulations. And here we can see is the illegal waste disposal linked to balu. So as mentioned, there are so many happen in Malaysia. So, and it's falls under, if you are if in the angle of the sustainability, if we see in the angle of sustainability or ESG, it falls under the traceability. So under this traceability, you need to know and to be responsible and accountable on the pollution or the waste that you has been generated within your site or outside from your industries area. All right. So then I'll continue with the environmental, a little bit, I will touch a little bit about the environmental implication. But here, bear in mind, I would like to highlight where is the main key after this towards the sustainability compliance or commitment. Okay, we got the water pollution, we got the what is the environmental impact. We got the environmental pollution. We got the soil pollution. We got the human health, and the last one is the top one is the air pollution. So now when talking about the environmental impact, because I believe some of you here have obtained the ISO 14001. ISO 14001 Environmental Management System, EMS, and other environmental management system, you need to produce the environmental aspect and impact. But I didn't know how do you create your EAIA or environmental aspect and impact in your company. But based on my experience, I try to look in the bigger perspective or bigger picture. That's why when you create the aspect impact, and then you will see, is it the impact only impacted the local areas or local people, or is it impacted for the regional, or is it impacted for the global? So that's why it's here now. Previously, DOE didn't enforce on the regional and also global impact. But nowadays, they try to move into the global impact and try to introduce the new law, which is called Climate Impact. Climate Act, I'm sorry, Climate Act. So what they are talking about air pollution, is it they are talking about the smoke? Is it they are talking about the color of the smoke and the levels of the emissions? No, they are not talking about that anymore. They're looking at the bigger scope or bigger perspective, which are talking about the climate. And when we're talking about the climate, we are talking about nowadays, we are talking about the 7 GHG or greenhouse gas, which cover the if you're referring to if you are referring to the GHG protocol, you can refer to the scope 1, scope 2, and also scope 3. And if you are referring to the ISO 14064-1, you can refer to indirect, direct, and indirect emission. So that is why Schedule is indirectly relates to servability. After this, I will try to make it more deeper and how close Schedule is related to the accessibility, either implementation or reporting to your industries. All right. So here I will show about, because I've got only 1 hour to present this, and I have over than 40 slides based on my experience. Cannot meet at that time, but it's okay. I try to cover as much as I can. And based on the legal implication, basically previously DOE has introduced I think 6 or 7, I can't remember, but here is about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 elements. They call it environmental mainstreaming tools or EMT, but now they have changed into e-mains, but the content is similar. You just change the names. It got the, because this is for applicable for industries that have the EIA approval condition. You have the emission control pollution and so on. So you have a condition from the E, and then you need to produce the comply with the EMT tools or emails. The first one, you need to have the environmental policy. And second, you need to show the environmental budget. And also about the compliance, who are the one monitor the compliance at the site and the management level. Is ERCMC and EMC. So there are 2 types over there, and you need to show to the DOE where is their commitment. Is it has been communicated during the meetings, and so they need to, they can check your minutes of meetings. And also what happened to your environmental facility. If you have pollution, then you need to have environmental facilities, such as if you have generate air pollution, you need to combine with, to add with the environmental air pollution control system, such as you need to have a back filter, you need to have a scrubber, and so on. And also if you have wastewater, then you need to have facility to treat that. You need to have a wastewater treatment plant and so on. But if you for this, for schedule waste, it not relate too much to you, because you dispose at the prescribed price, unless you want to treat at your own. Then you need to have this environmental policy facility. And also to cover it, that facility need to be monitored and maintained by the competent person. So every treatment, environmental treatment facility need to have their own environmental competencies, such as SEPCOM, competent person in wastewater treatment plant, leachate treatment plant, a scrubber, and so on. And the last one is about the environmental transparency, or ET. everything you take the action, everything that you have done, you need to document it or to keep the record, because after this the you want to see how transparent you are, because you may have your plant located nearby to the residential area. So is it you communicate what happened around your surrounding your site, and is it give the environmental impact, a bad environmental impact to the surrounding area. So you need to show to the public, showing that you are very committed to to take action and manage your waste, including your scheduled waste. And here is about the court cases that has been published inside the DOE website. So I took some cases since starting. I took in 2024, sample in 2020, 2024, 2023, 2022, and 2020, 2019. So here we can see that the court case, the fine, this company has been fined for Selayang Court 22nd July 2024, which they has been accused for release of non-halogenated organic solvent waste. So that's why, is it the management understand the terms of non-halogenated organic solvent? I believe most of us, including me, not understand if you are not familiar with the organic solvent itself. That's why you need to get participation from your chemist and also competent person to identify what is your waste and what is referring to SW DOE first schedule, what is the code. So they dispose it into inland waters, and also they read together with the EQA. The accused under EQA 1974, section 25 in bracket 3. So it has been fined for 240 ringgits, 40,000 ringgit Malaysia, and you hear, see, and 3 months of imprisonment. Before this, we rarely heard about "and," but now they implement the "and." After this, I will show to you the how stringent the OE of Malaysia enforcement nowadays. All right, and also here in 14 June 2023, these companies operate an off-site scheduled waste storage facility without a license. So how do you know that you are making or doing offsite scheduled waste storage if you doesn't understand what is definition from DOE definition in terms of offsite, on-site scheduled waste storage? That's why it is very important to have a competent person and to have a people to manage this, because if not, you can be one of these company uh, appear in the website, UAE website. And also from here, you see 21st February 2022, a charge of the offsite storage, and they been added more fine by UAE because they doing the offsite storage for scheduled waste SW102 and SW110. SW110 is what? Is e-waste or electronic and electrical waste without any license. So that's why you need to know in details what is the category and so on. Okay, I don't want to touch more on that. And this is also if DOE found you have so many issues and they're very angry with you, they can use like this. They can find you under the section 18, 19, 34B, and so on. There's so many section or regulation that they can use to find you if you not comply with schedule waste management. Here you can see they are doing the offsite storage on the schedule waste without a license. So that's why there are so many charge over here. Charge 1, RM 5000 failure and so on, because now they are enforced, they have been has enforced the new regulation and laws. That's why the charge, the fine is RM 5,000 per failure. They can, if based on my experience, they also can be cruel, evil, cruel, from that. If you found that you have transport, such as you have transport at the site, you dispose, not dispose, you have waste, you have scheduled waste spillage, such as SW305 spillage, they found you have transport. So if they are linear, then you can say, okay, you can combine and just RM, just fine you for 5,000. But if they didn't satisfy with your management and so on, how do you manage that and your answer and so on, they can fine you 5 times 10. So it means they can fine to add up to 50,000 ringgits at per site. So it depends. So that's why it's very schedule waste is very, very important. And here I touched a little bit about the Environmental Quality Act Amendment 2024. I don't want to touch more on this because these topics should be covered by the regulatory bodies, Department of Environment, and they can brief you more details about that. But just touch a little bit on this, and has been operated dah berkuat kuasa when 2024 dah berkuat kuasa. So what is the gist of the EQA amendment? So they have the stricter punishment for environmental pollution crime. You might be fined a minimum fine not less than 5,000 ringgit. Previously, the fine is around 2,000 ringgit per non-compliance. And also, the maximum fine now has been increased to what? To not more than RM 10 million ringgit Malaysia. So it's very, very critical on this, and it can force. It's saying that what is the maximum fine can be happen if you offense do the offenses on water pollution, discharging oil and waste to the Malaysia water, and scheduled waste disposal. So here we are talking now. Today we are talking about the schedule waste specifically. My topic is schedule waste management. So I'm focusing on the schedule waste. So if you not comply with schedule waste, you can be potentially be fined for maximum fine. And also the third one is a mandatory imprisonment, which is not more than 5 years. So what happened here? What is the offenses? Offenses on EIA approval condition, and also what? Waste to the Malaysia, discharging oil and waste to the Malaysia water, and schedule waste disposal. So previously they didn't mention about this. Now they are enforced on schedule waste. If you not manage properly your schedule waste, you can be fined and or penalty and mandatory imprisonment. And the last one is the increment from the previous compound from 2000 to not more than 15% from maximum fine for related offenses. That's why nowadays Department of Environment Enforcement is very, very stricter compared to previous days. So we need to ready for that. And also one is the maximum fine, 10 million ringgit Malaysia, section 25, which is discharging or depositing pollutants always into inland waters. Section 27, discharging of oil into Malaysia waters. Section 29, discharging environmental hazardous substance pollutants always into Malaysia waters. And the last one relates to my topic today, Section 34B, unauthorized scheduled waste management or illegal disposal, and it has been enforced starting from 7th July 2024. All right. So this is about the section 24 restriction on the pollution of the soil. You can check in more details what DOE mentioned about the section 24, but now here they are mentioned about the unlicensed emitted discharge or deposit of any environmental hazardous substance. It may relates to or unintentional or indirectly relates to the scheduled waste. So it depends on how they try to find you if you neglige the law and so on. So this is a penalty that you can be fined if you not meeting the compliance on this. And this is about the section 25 restriction on pollution of inland waters. No people unless license discharge or dispose any environmental and so on. To what? To into any inland waters. Okay, this talking about inland waters. And section 27 prohibition of discharge of oil into Malaysian waters. So because previously I have involved, but today it's not a good platform for me to mention about it because I have involved in I'll say in apply the contravening license from Department of Environment for wastewater pollution. So we have applied this for one of our facility in KL. But here I'm not talking about this, but I want to show to you that there are law and regulations that make sure that you comply with this. If not, you can be caught or can be penalized, and extremely you can be jailed for that. And also here, okay, 30A, section 30A, power to control. I don't want to touch. You can see the text, but here is related to my topic, which are section 34B, prohibitions against placing a deposit, etc. of what? Of scheduled waste. So what they mention about it, no person without any prior written approval from DG or Director General, DOE, to place a deposit or dispose of or cause or permit to place except at prescribed premise. Here it mentioned about prescribed premise. How to identify the prescribed premise? You can check with DOE website. You can identify one is the prescribed premise, but after this, I will mention to you about the prescribed premise. Is it that premise can accept or not your waste? Previously, if their code are there, then they can accept. But now current practices, it depends on the what? On the waste acceptance criteria or waste WAC, because we found that yes, you have that code, but your premise have the shielding capacity. You above that shielding capacity, then you cannot treat that waste. That's why waste director also need to be responsible to reduce or to limit to reduce the limit of chemical content inside there prior to be disposed or prior to be treated by the prescribed premise. And also receive or send or cause or permit to be received any scheduled waste outside from Malaysia, in or outside from Malaysia. After this, you if you if from here competent person schedule waste, I believe you heard about the eSwiss 2 eSwiss V2, which they have upgraded from eSwiss 1 to eSwiss 2. they introduce the import and export inside there, and also transmit or cause or permit transit of scheduled waste. So trans here is actually is talking about the conveyor, about the transportation. So beside the prescribed premise, you also need to have the approval or certificate license from DOE on the transport itself, not only prescribed premise but also the transport. And here is about the owner to or occupier to furnish the information. You also, if you didn't give a full cooperation to DOE, they can find you under this section. And here is about the here is about the sustainability implication. Impact, and now I'm talking about the sustainability terms or implications. All right. I believe some of you, I don't know your background, company's background or industry, but based on my previous experience, I think for now you may coming from SME or may coming from public listed company. So if like that, then as mentioned under the transparency or accountability, your customer also want to know how do you manage ESG in your company. And if you see you have three pillars inside the sustainability. We have ESG. Now, easier way we're talking about ESG, environment, social, and governance. And what else inside the environment? It's also talking about the environmental compliance, and also when talking about the environmental compliance, uh, because is not I also conducted ESG trainings, maturity assessment and sustainability reporting. But today I would like to relate on how your stakeholder, because talking about this, your stakeholder are very interested to know what happened in your company. How do you manage and how do you report whatever you manage inside your company? So they will some of your investor may using a certain rating such as what's MSCI, sustainability, or FTSE. FTSE is actually a part of the ratings that been used by Bursa to assess the sustainability performance for Asia market and EMEA market. But here, as mentioned, here is about the customer. You also might have the customer or client that want to know how do you manage, but specifically today, how do you manage your scheduled waste? Maybe scheduled waste. So they will use either document audits such as equivalence, but also they also can use the SEDEX meter, RBA, and so on. But for main market, you didn't have choice. You need to follow as per Bursa Malaysia Guide, which you need to report on your waste management. Inside there, 9+2. You can check in details in the Bursa Malaysia Circular and Guide. And also now they are talking about the IFRS. IFRS S1 and S2. What is S1 and what is S2? S1 is talking about the other topic excluding GHG or climate. So S2 specifically cover on climate or GHG. That's why GHG and other material topics is nowadays is very important to support on IFRS requirement, either IFRS S1 or IFRS S2. After this, they will relate to how do you manage your greenhouse gas and what is the relation between GHG on scheduled waste. There is actually a relation on this. If you follow my slide properly, then you can type where is the waste and waste management, how to relate to sustainability. Waste management, you have what? You have what? You have prescribed premise for the treatment, right? And then prescribed premise have there are so many types of treatment over there. And what is your roles and responsibility as the waste generator? You should your prescribed premise what happened to your waste. As mentioned previous, you need to know why, because that process it might generate GHG from there. So that is how the schedule waste management is related toward the sustainability. And from there, they want to know in the supply chain how much greenhouse gas has been generated during the process of the waste treatment. Right. And this is about the new DOE or regulators way forward. First, to determine of schedule waste recovery rate to 50% by 2030. What happened is, as mentioned, that we year by year increasing our schedule waste generated in Malaysia. But here, DOE want to commit to what? To go for waste recovery rate by 50%. That's why your, I say, your waste as a waste generator, your waste need to suit with waste recovery facility treatment. If not, then you need to take action to make sure that you meet their waste acceptance criteria or WAC. All right. Second, increase quantity and duration of this sebenarnya decrease actually the decrease the duration of scheduled new generation of new waste decrease, and also to develop and advance of new process and technologies, implement crew processing technology in cement industry. So maybe they want to use fly ash or bottom ash inside the cement industry, because previously I have involved in the special management to apply for special management uh, for fly ash and bottom ash. But we got so many difficulties to meet the DOE requirement. But nowadays, I hope that DOE can make sure that this can be more easy for industry to comply with, because we actually want to support the compliance. But but DOE itself, they have so many departments inside there. But I hope that they can work together and have a proper collaboration to make sure that we can support, at the end of the day, we can support the nation to reduce as per DOE the way forward to reduce the waste as for specifically for schedule waste by 2030 and so on. So I have another 10 more minutes. So I will share, because I have share a 3 case study on a schedule waste. Hopefully I can cover this. So what happened here? Case study 1. I have actually previously I'm working with the waste management company, and we got we got a license to operate in Peninsular Malaysia, and our activity, one of some of it is vehicle maintenance and also parkings. And we have over than 20 trucks at site for each site. So can imagine if we have over than 20 site, so how many trucks we have. So this is actually I share one of my case study that I have involved, uh, not directly, but give my input to make sure that they comply with the schedule waste requirement as per Department of the DOE wants. And also we covered tree state and solid waste vehicle maintenance. I did want to mention which company I have because you can see my my profile in LinkedIn in details which company I have working before. But what important point here I want to mention is about we deal with the we have vehicle and then we parking our vehicle at the side, and also we doing a minor maintenance activity at the side. So when we doing that activity from that activities, then what issues we caught is we found that when we parking vehicles, there are spillage over there. So we can't control the spillage because, as mentioned, we have so many vehicles over there, and the age of vehicle is very low, very old. Some of it over than 8 years and so on. So it's quite difficult to do the maintenance and so to make sure that there is no spillage over there. And another thing is what is make it worse is it's the location is nearby to the water intake. So I don't know why at the first place the management because given the authority to utilize that areas because it nearby to the located at the upstream of the water intake. And what is potential, as mentioned, that if you pollute make a spillage and then you can being accused under this under section 34B, prohibition against placing deposit etc of scheduled waste. Then here, this is how can you imagine from upstream? Upstream is the uh, higher higher location, which is downstream, and then downstream there is a water intake over there. So if you pollute at the dams upstream, of course you make a pollutant in the water, and that water treatment cannot treat the water and can for the daily use. That's why I don't know what happened is, but the criticality is there. We have given the permission to stay over there, and then we need to mitigate the risk or any issues over there to make sure that we comply with the Department of Environment. And this is not from us. I'm so sorry because it is not from us, but I just show it to show to you that we got issues on the water disruption due to pollution, river pollution. So this is happened, but for us, we didn't we didn't penalize or compense yet by UAE on this. You just get warning from them because it's still manageable, but we need to take immediate action. What action that we take is because we found that when we have vehicles, then we have issues on the fuels disposal or fuels spillage. Then we install the oil trap system prior to discharge of the river, and we are doing the monthly monitoring. We send to a SAM accredited lab to make sure that it not only comply with the Department of Environment regulation or act, but also comply with national standard for drinking water quality. That's why it's not only relates to Department of Environment, but also relates to other department, which is Ministry of Health Malaysia. So we successfully and for now we still maintain the on trap and keep monitor our water quality, and it's become better, and also we try to convince the management to replace new vehicles to make sure these are not happen in the future anymore. Okay, I have got 3 more minutes before I for question. Okay, second study is about the special waste management from for ashes from incinerator. Basically, we got under the our subsidiary, which is we got to contract to manage mini incinerator, and from incinerator itself, process itself, it created generated two types of ash. First is fly ash. First is bottom ash. Second is fly ash. If you're familiar with the combustion system, then you know about that. So this is what we manage. We manage the mini incinerator, which we receive 30 to 40 metric tons waste per day. And we need to manage 1,000 to 1,200 metric ton per month waste that we receive, domestic waste we receive, and claims for combust. The issue is we have a limited storage area over there. So we have limitation on that, and also the prescribed premise is very, very far. And as mentioned, we got two contract, and the first one premise is located in the island. What happened is you need to transport the waste using the barge. So it's very, very difficult to do that, and require a lot of money. And also, our premise is monitored by multiple legal authority, KPKT, Majelis Pembandara, and so on. And also so many authority monitored our compliance. So we keep pushing by them to make sure comply with the all authority requirements. So this is you can I think our organizer will share with you my slide if you want to know more about the process. So this is the process. So at the end of the day, this is a wet bottom ash. We have the fly ash and so on. You can see if you are interested, because if you are engineering, then you can capture it easier. Engineering environment, you can capture easier on this. But I will try to what I'm trying to say that they are not straightforward in terms of management, and very, very I'd say very challenges to manage that. And also you need to, as mentioned, to dispose it, you need to have two costs: transportation charge and also treatment charge. And here we also to add on transportation charge on the batch itself. So transportation charge from the prescribed premise plus transportation charge for another transportation cost method, like barge and so on. So there are many so many costs over there, and hopefully then we successfully manage it after dealing with the DOE, after discussion with the Department of Environment, the KPKT, and so on. So there are challenges in managing scheduled waste that I have involved. And also, we also need to apply for special waste management for both of the facilities. Because what? Because luckily we have nearby we have the previous landfills, and we apply to have the special management to dispose the waste at the landfill with the consent of DOE, and also strict monitoring from them. And this is about the guideline of applications, special waste, and if you are familiar with eSwiss, under the eSwiss, the new eSwiss V2, they have mentioned about the special waste over there. But as practitioner, I believe for simple special waste, if you want to store your waste over than 20 metric ton or over than 180 days, also previous practices you need to apply with special waste management using this form. But now they for that cases they are using a simple special waste management. But if you have a difficult task like me or case like me, you need to apply a proper special ways as per DOE requirements. And this is example of the ways we need to make to show to the E what is their waste criteria in terms of infectious, in terms of corrosivity, in terms of ignitability, what else reactivity, and so on. So we need to make sure to the E that waste is, and also we need to do TTLC test, TCLP test, and so on prior to the execution of the special waste management. So I think is it for now? Is it okay for now for me to stop and take question, because I'm afraid I've got until 10:20 to finish my presentation. Sorry, Cik Omar.
Okay,
All right.
so thank
Okay,
you.
oh yeah, sure. I show a little bit about this, but I didn't mention about it. TCLP, TTLC, TCLP. This is the chronology, and then for more details, because I mentioned I have become a freelancer. I am set up a new a small company which is has is global. If you want to know more, you can have in details. And this is my LinkedIn, and I open for looking for the question.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Fazli, for the wonderful paper presentation on the topic. So, looking at the chat box, we have several questions. The first question is, from your perspective, why do the authorities place greater emphasis on industrial players rather than residential communities, which generate significantly more waste promoting waste reduction? Additionally, why is the focus more on recycling rather than comprehensive waste reduction strategies?
Okay, all right. Okay, to answer that, as mentioned that DOE for now allow the disposal or treatment do at the prescribed premise. So for now, they are talking about the four R: reduce, reuse, recycle, and also recovery. So they believe that, as mentioned, I show in the slide saying that some of it only part of it goes to the recovery. So now they are talking about the a circular economy. So it's in terms of circular economy, the gist is you minimize your raw materials and maximize your consumption. Sorry, your production, and and also minimize your waste. What happened to your waste? You using the recycling method or recovery method to make sure that you goes back to the circle of the circular to and can be used as the raw materials of your products. So that's why for now, but as mentioned, maybe after this, if DOE can be lenient a little bit on this and allow to for industrial player to do it, the treatment at the site with a certain criteria or certain I would say approval condition and so on, so it can be happen in the future. But for now, I believe the first place do it want to control it in a circle that they can monitor, because if they allow this, then they cannot monitored by their teams anymore. Thank you.
Okay,
Second question.
I hope Miss Nur Afrika, I hope that answers your question. So the second question is from anonymous attendee. He asks, why can't we amend our EMT on emails after we key in?
Oh, okay. Okay, the details about EMT or emails you need to check with your because they are the one who are monitor the emails. So I'm suggest for you to refer to your DOE states to know more about that, because based on my experience, you need to be hands-on or one-to-one to get more about that information. Because as consultant, we can advise, but at the end of the day, the one who monitor and make sure that you comply is Department of Environment. So please be make sure that you get a right sources of information prior to emails or EMT. Thank you so much.
All right. I hope whoever asked the question, that answer was sufficient. Next up, we got a question from Mr. Ng Tek Hai. He asks, the speaker mentioned that the authority might make amendments to SW Regulations 2005 first schedule. Can you please share when the amendment will take effect and the content of the amendment?
Oh, okay. The amendment, but I heard that is, thank you so much for the question. Actually, the amendment is still, they are talking about the amendment, but I'm not the person involved in the team. They have set up their own team to do the amendment. But what I heard that they try to, because for now we as we can see in the first schedule, we got our schedule is SW101 until 505 5501, but they want to make sure that some of it, like what 104 SW104, if I'm not mistaken, there are so many so many heavy metals over there, so they want to specifically for this industry can generate this type of chemicals or this type of heavy metals, then you can have a clear more understanding on how to identify is it your waste is scheduled waste or not. So they senang cerita, try to try to make it more specific rather than combine in one code and so on. So they try the code, they want to make it more specific, like SW110, electronic waste and e-waste, electric waste. It's very general inside there. So we try to make sure that the players, industrial players, understand what they are talking about the electronic and e-waste, and how from there how you can identify your waste based on the by referring their schedules. All right.
Any idea when that amendment will take effect?
I don't know,
Or
because because
you got
but
any?
I will share because currently I'm actively update some information inside my LinkedIn. And previously I'm updating about the scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. But if I had any news, I will share in there, and be friend with me in LinkedIn if you want to know more about this. And for now, I didn't have a comment on that. Thank you so much.
Okay, so next up we have I'm not sure if this is a statement or a question from Mr. Chiu Hornmoon. He says that we plan to return the contaminated container to the original supplier. We sent in a letter to DOE, but the request got rejected by the DOE because the supplier is not a prescribed premise. Bukan ke DOE dan practice cradle to cradle.
Oh, okay, macam ni. Saya boleh jawab bahasa Melayu boleh ya?
Boleh sis.
Melayu boleh, bahasa Inggeris boleh. Okay. Macam ni. Kalau you tengok di dalam website DOE, if you look in DOE website, it mentioned about the prescribed premise. As I mentioned previously in my presentation, I mentioned about the prescribed premise. But yes, they have the code, such as they have a code 305, 306, and so on. But as I mentioned, they now DOE mentioned about the TWG and also waste acceptance criteria, or WAC. Because based on my experience, yes, we thought that we have that code, but after we visit the site is not ready to receive our waste. Because what? Because it exceed their waste acceptance criteria. That's why when you apply to dispose your waste at the prescribed premise, then you need to also convey with the waste acceptance criteria. So or test limit, and then they check is it okay for them to receive your waste, or within their capacity or limit. If not, then they ask you again to reduce your criteria with chemicals and something like that to make sure that it meet can suit with their whatever machine or equipment that they have.
Okay, Mr. Yes, check.
Okay, sorry. Again, but rejected by DOE because supplier is not prescribed. Okay, you can check. You can check in the website, DOE website, who are prescribed premise, and bear in mind that prescribed premise also they also need to have another license, which is prescribed conveyor transportation to get your to collect your waste. And you can check in details because inside there they have prescribed premise and what code they what schedule code that they can treat. All right.
Mr. Chiu Honbun, I hope that answers your question. So next up, we have a question from Chua Zube. If the supplier just collect back the chemical drum for refill purpose, not to treat the drum, do they still need to be a prescribed premise?
Okay. This one I'm suggest for you to discuss detail in with DOE state because if you see in the e-Swiss, whatever you do to your waste, you need to declare on it. Either you use for reuse or repurpose and so on. You need to check because actually yes, it's mentioned about the how say about the repurpose or reuse for your drums, but it the premise is not a prescribed premise. So for this, I'm suggest for you to discuss in detail with DOE because I'm afraid you might think like this, but you think like that. So you the uncertainty is there. So you need to get advice from the how to proceed with this. If not, if you keep doing like this, I'm afraid you're eating lion, and then you buat lion, you might be summoned by DOE.
Because at the end of the day, what goes is whatever the says goes, right?
Yes, yes, yes. They are regulated actually.
Yeah. Okay. Miss Afika just commented that there's a program called the Take Back program for the issue, but need to deal with DOE Putrajaya.
Ya, betul. Sebab kalau kita tengok di dalam ISWIS 2, dia ada reuse dan repurpose. Tetapi reuse tu adalah untuk kegunaan di site, bukan
Oh,
outside. Bila outside, you dah boleh jatuh kesalahan di bawah off-site storage. Ah.
tapi it seems that there are a bit of uh, misunderstanding between the state DOEs because
Ya, ya,
he
ya,
just
ya.
commented that
Tetapi
KL DOE allows but the Perak tak allow. So
itu yang buat sebab at the end of the day siapa yang bertanggungjawab? DOE state yang bertanggungjawab. Kalau apa anything happen, DOE state akan di blame. Sebab dia
um,
approve you. So pastikan di estate tu tahu apa you buat. Kalau tidak nanti you tak tahu, dah lah you buat dia tak tahu, dia tiba-tiba HQ buat inspection and then they found ada issues ni, dia kena blame. After this memang you banyak lagi kena saman dengan DOE. Bukan saja schedules tapi isu-isu lain lagi.
okay, I noted. So moving forward, is there any other questions from the chat? Before we continue, I would like to just remind everyone that yes, we will share the speaker slides with everyone after the conference has ended. So everyone be refer to slides lah, and we also share the conference recording with everyone so they can, if they have time, they want to refer back to the conference or newspapers, you will be able to do so. So, is there any other questions from the chat? Or if there are no questions, then let's wait for it.
Dah.
Okay, it seems like we are done for the questions for the day. Once again, thank you very much, Mr. Fazli, for
Okay,
your
thank you so
presentation.
much. Thank you so much, Cik Umar from Mashika for giving me this opportunity, and also I hope we can meet in the future, maybe as a team or as a part to make sure that we not only just attend this but also as the a game changer for the future. Thank you so much.
All right. That's all the time we have for our first session. Everyone, please thank Mr. Fazli for his wonderful presentation on schedule waste management and mistakes.
Thanks,
So,
bye.
thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
Selamat.
Okay, just to remind everyone that later today we will have a quiz. But my comment is please pay attention to each of our speakers' papers because most of the questions involved are based on the papers by the speakers themselves. And if you perform well, there is a special prize waiting for you during the quiz. Anyways, I think for now, everyone's a bit tired, everyone's a bit thirsty. So let's take a 10-minute break until 10:30 and we'll get on with our next paper by Encik Rahim. So I'll see you then. Thank you very much. Okay, Assalamualaikum and welcome back everyone to the Enviro 360 Waste Management Conference 2025. Uh, we just had a short break, and up next is our second speaker, Mr. Rahim. So is everyone ready? Has everyone come back yet, or should we wait for the others? I see Mr. Rahim is ready. Okay, let's see here. Channel Lu is ready. Very fair enough. Okay, I can see that Mr. Rahim is ready to go. So let's not waste time. So everyone, next up, for our second speaker, we have Mr. Rahim, a senior industrial effluent treatment system practitioner. Mr. Rahim brings with him over 33 years of extensive experience in the field of ITS, specializing in both physical chemical process and biological processes. His deep technical expertise is supported by his certification as a CEPISTO PCP competent person, awarded by IMAS under DOE in 2011. In addition, he is also a certified trainer accredited by HRDF TDT program. So everyone, please welcome our second speaker for the day with his paper titled Sustainable and Greener Earth AGS for Future Use in Malaysia. Mr. Rahim, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Encik Umar.
Boleh.
First of all, I would like to thank Encik Zul Hazami, MD of Mashika, for allowing me to have place here in this conference to have a paper, and also to Dr. Dennis, and also just now Encik Muhammad Fazli, sorry, for having a very detailed presentation and applicable to current situation. So I would like to present here a paper to all the attendees here. I hope the participant attendees have some time to focus a little bit, because this AGS, the topic is AGS for future use in Malaysia. Hope everybody okay with this, with my audio and video. So this AGS is not yet happening in Malaysia in a full scale, but there are many research studies have been done in universities or college in Malaysia. I've seen that. So my topic is Nareda cycle. This Nareda cycle has been around since the 90s, and we can see our pointer, okay. Pointer option, laser. We can see that the conventional or current one, this one, on the right side, we do the SVI, SV30, the time consumed to be having that time is, this level is quite a lot, quite high lah. But as we can see just now, I want to repeat. As we can see just now, how the settlement is being happening here, very fast. It's about 10 seconds or 15 seconds. Okay, that's why I am very amazed with this technology. So I hope the participant could have with me. Maybe it is a little bit hard to understand how to do this in our current to wastewater treatment. And also this Nareda cycle in Malaysia, there are many people trying to promote the how to do, but since we are our wastewater treatment under IWK, especially in IWK in sewage, it's not easy to just accept their proposal because this Nareda cycle needs some study. Okay, before I get started, let me check for the time. So 15, part 2, part 3. Okay, let's go. The study started in 1870s for this apa tu accelerated oxidation of organic matter until oh, mana dia? I lost the page. Where is it? How to get back? I think I lost the page. Hmm? How to share again? What happened? How to share again? Something happened here. Sharing.
Cik Rahim, your screen, you are already screen sharing.
Okay.
Okay, now
But why I cannot find my screen sharing? What did I take? Just now was okay. Now was not. Now it's not. It,
can you try click stop screen sharing and then you try buat balik.
which one? Okay, stop share. Okay, then I
Okay,
go
then
again.
try share again.
This one. Okay.
Okay.
No, okay.
Okay, we can see. You just need to
Okay.
slideshow. Yeah, okay.
Okay. So until to this year, 2023. So they started the big scale in 1990s. Okay. Next. Okay. To understand the Nareda cycle, we need to understand a few things uh, like nitrification and denitrification and polyphosphate PAO. PAO is polyphosphate accumulating organism. These Nareda cycle are not new. They just apply whatever is being happening in the sewage treatment system. They also have done in production of food industries, but to share the knowledge with others, they have to do it through the easier way, because some company they not allow to give this information. So after I finish my this one paper, it's not that we can do it by our own, but we still need someone who are versed with to this Nareda cycle, and it needs time, okay, to culture the Nareda cycle sludge. Okay, Nareda cycle needs first is the notification, denotification, then the police postpaid acclimating organism. Then it needs another method, not as what we have been doing until now at the sewage treatment system. Okay, later I will inform that. Okay, this one it shows until this year's there are about more than 80 to treatment plant already using this AGS, aerobic granular system. Sorry, aerobic granular slash. And aerobic granular slash has been in full scale application in 2011. In the 90s, they're doing the full scale, but at one or two places only. Have to catch the time. Okay, why I'm talking about this? Because AGS compared to our conventional system, this AGS is faster. This AGS is more cleaner. The AGS is easier to control compared to the current activated sludge, our activated sludge system. So if our population is getting higher and higher, we need to get our treatment faster and faster, and our location places, we couldn't get that bigger and bigger and bigger. So we have this sustainable control of smaller place for a bigger treatment. Okay, and we can see that our bus is every year is increasing, no stopping, 500,000 K. Okay, the credits to these people who have been doing this to AGS. So I'm taking all the information from them, because in Malaysia we do not have. In these slides, I think only 5 is from me. The others I get it from the studies and the Google photo. Okay, first of all, we need to have this microscope to know. We cannot just imagine what is happening in our wastewater. We need to have to see what is going on inside our wastewater, what microbes are there inside our wastewater. So accordingly to our guidance, DOE for IATS, they also require us to have this to microscope 200 times. Okay, this is from guidance, page 22, guidance for PCP and BP in our IETS, and we are recommended to observe the bacterial flock size and shape, presence of filamentous bacteria, changes in number of protozoans, and the presence of rotifers. This is as recommended by our guidance, and we can use this to check our AGS development. And also we can see that in our guidance, they also have this form in Appendix J in the guidance, whereby we need to analyze, observe it under the microscope, and right here, having, if we don't have the experience, have, no have, no have, like that. Or small population, bigger population, until we are well versed in the how to write this. And I want to also introduce some aerobic, types of wastewater treatment, such as aerobic process. Aerobic process, they have this suspended growth, activated sludge, aerated lagoons, aerobic digestion. Attached growth, we have in the trickling filters, rotating biological contactors, packed bed reactors. Hybrid, suspended, and attached growth also have this activated sludge. Anoxic, where we do not have, we do not supply the oxygen, but it's open. The top is open. Okay, and the anaerobic, we have a digester, where we do not apply oxygen inside the digester, and so on. And the metabolic function, we have the aerobic, where we have the oxygen, anaerobic, no oxygen, anoxics. This is for no oxygen, but this is the nitrate nitrogen conversion in biological. So for those who are PCP might not be well versed in this, but with BP, they are should know about this anoxic, aerobic, and anaerobic, because in IWK now they have A to A, anaerobic, anoxic, and aerobic system which they apply. Vegetative is in the absence of oxygen, which is in anaerobic. And we also have the combined but separate tanks. Okay, let's see about the microbes. But first of all, we need to think small. We need to think like this Ant-Man. Ant-Man, our same size, will come down the growth and see the molecules, see the microbes. We need to think small, then we can understand what is this AGS. Okay, this is just orang kata to be interest for you lah. Okay, for if we look into the micron telescope, microscope, micron, the electron, we can see this rod bacteria. Bacteria, we only interested in the rod type, the coccus type, all the circular type, or not be interested in our wastewater treatment. I want to show you that these bacteria, they have a layer, they call it capsule or slime layer. Okay, this capsule or slime layer will excrete atau dia akan merembeskan slime, lendir apabila dia dah tua dan dia nak mati. Bila dia excrete this slime layer, many yang dah tua-tua pun sama buat, dan dia akan melekat. That lekat akan menyebabkan kita dapat dia punya slush. Okay, in this video, we can see how the bacteria accumulate. Bacteria accumulate maybe in 2 minutes, break from 1 into 2. Okay, so 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. So they break like that. Or maybe it can be 2 days, one time to break. This video is moving faster one. I accelerate the speed. But this is how the bacteria accumulate. Okay, want to show you if the proper food they have, food to M ratio, this bacteria can become very large population. And this is how the bacteria with one flagellum, this flagella moving. The flagellum anti-clockwise, the bacteria itself will go the counter. Okay, counter, it is not the same, it will not be the same rotation. But maybe we have many lah, many flagellum, and they will turn. Okay, we will concentrate on this bacillus rod type. Coccus or spiral will not give benefit to our aeration tank. So with this, when we aerate and we have the food is our wastewater, the food is our BOD, the food is our COD. And until it takes up the food and bring down the BOD and the just now, this cell wall, the slime layer will excrete, akan merembeskan dan masing-masing akan melekat lah. And this is what our block formation will increase. If we do not give good food for them, we do not give the suitable food for them, we do not take care of the DO, we will not get a good flock. And this chart is very important. This chart is very important. Through time, 10:55. Through time, the bacteria will eat the food, and it will have a population increase exponentially. Okay. Gerak. This one. This one, it will increase the population very high speed. And we can see that when they are young, they have this rapid growth here, and they are old. So we don't worry about what will happen if there are many, because they do not become overflow inside our activated slash. So they will die. If we compare with our age, it will go like this. Go like this. But this one, it will go like this. It will die very fast. Okay, this is some visual This that we can see this is young, this already flock, this will already die. So depending on the food, by microscope we can see. So if we are new, first time we see this one, and then we see this one. This one easy. This is already dying, and we need to do the wastage. Okay, wastage. Okay, this one. If we have many of these flock, we need to increase the wastage. If do not have, we need to return, increase the apa tu RAS. Okay. So this is the aeration tank. You go here and secondary tank, secondary clarifier, and usually 60% will go here, round and round, and 30%. But this depending on what is our what is our condition. That is why we need the microscope. If we do not have the microscope, we just imagine. Imagine what is happening there. You imagine, and maybe we slip that important information. Kita tersilap dan kita bagi makan banyak ke, DO rendah ke apa ke, the slush punya time, aeration time dia terpendek ke, terpanjang ke. Okay. Okay, next, I see some question later. Okay, nitrification. I need to go faster, sorry. Nitrification and denitrification. Nitrification, we have nitrosomonas and also nitrobacter. And denitrification, we have this pseudomonas. Okay, ammonia do not have oxygen inside there, so we need to aerate to make it into nitrite, NO2. And this nitrobacter will convert the nitrite into nitrate. So ammonia, bacteria, nitrosomonas oxidizes into nitrite, and the nitrate to nitrate, nitrite to nitrate will be done by nitrobacter. This is just an example of one type of bacteria. There are so many other bacteria, but for our stage, for the simplified module, for this one, I just pick one name of the bacteria, so that we know this is during the aeration. Ammonia, the aeration, we need to convert this. And then to nyahkan nitrogen there, denitrification, we need to stop the aeration. Need to stop the aeration so that this bacteria, ini pun contoh satu pseudomonas, will convert the nitrate original ni to nitrogen gas. And it also can do this nitrite because this, oh tak ada kat sini ya. This one. This reaction is not that one way. It may be reversible. Kan, berbalik, tindak bala berbalik macam tu. But it is done by this bacteria. So in our wastewater treatment, for sewage, we jaga itu bacteria. We give the food, we jaga dia punya FM, we jaga dia punya SOUR, specific order uptake apa tu oksigen dia. Itu yang kita jaga. Kita tak jaga dia punya reaction ni. Why kita nak jaga sangat ni? Sebab it is murah. It is cheap rather than we use chemical. Okay, another way to show is that ammonia will become ammonium in water, and this bacteria, nitrifiers, will eat them by using oxygen and become nitrogen, nitrate, or nitrite and become nitrogen. So nitrogen will be released into the air. And this ammonia is not a direct ammonia, it is in the form of compound. To make it easy here, we understand this one. Okay. Okay, this is another way where nitrogen gas is being yield, dibebaskan nitrogen gas. Adakah nitrogen gas beracun? That's why if during training I will always ask that, because nitrogen gas we have 78% in our environment. It is not a toxic gas, but it is asphyxiant gas, which means that if nitrogen gas alone in our room, we can die because we do not need nitrogen to breathe. We need oxygen to breathe. Okay. So nitrosomonas will transfer ammonia to nitrate, nitrate, nitrite, nitrobacter, nitrite to nitrate. Macam tu. This pseudomonas will convert to nitrogen, N2. The reason I've been repeating all this is because this is the basic step that we need to know for our AGS. We need to know for our AGS because this is the cycle that they use to make that AGS. Okay, this show how the bacteria is this one, the breaking into two. So I said it may be 2 minutes and it may be 2 days to make this, depending on the food and the bacteria itself. Pseudomonas, nitrobacter. This one nitrosomonas. Nitrosomonas, nitrobacter, we need oxygen. The pseudomonas do not need oxygen. Pseudomonas do not need oxygen. Nitrosomonas, nitrobacter need oxygen. Okay. Oxygen come in and nitrosomonas inside there it become nitrite and compound lah is a nitrite at the linkage, and nitrobacter will convert this nitrite into nitrate. Okay. What's the difficulty here? The difficulty here is the slash H. The slash H. We see that the bacteria for denitrification is the rate is very low because it needs a longer time to reach its maturity. But for nitrification, it needs a very short time. Not short, shorter than this one. It may be 4 days. It may be 10 days in between. With a proper control of DO lah. Okay, what I mean here is just now we look at this one. To reach from here to here to death phase. It for nitrogen denitrification is a longer time, 15 days. But for the bacteria for making making the nitrite, nitrification is shorter, 4 days, 5 days, or 6 days, maybe 10 days. But for denitrification is longer. That is the difficulty to control our bacteria. And that is why we need to know when to bring back this into our aeration tank. And this is to the system that we need. We cannot just buka ni atau pasang valve, no need to return. Cannot. Because our bacteria may be this kind now. our wastewater, or maybe this kind now. But we need this to go back to our aeration tank. So dia buat kerja. Dia belum nak sampai dia punya death phase lagi. Then, and also we do not know which is Pseudomonas, which is Nitromonas. We don't know. Okay. If we to observe inside the microscope, we only see like this. We also do not know is this Nitromonas or Pseudomonas ke apa, we don't know. But we know the phase, the lag phase, population, the flock that they make. When the flock is the time when the death phase is. That's where they excrete apa tu dia punya ni. Ni, the slime. Okay, I hope we understand that. Another, this is how we control lah. If we do not give proper food, they only finish here. And if we do not have denitrification process happen very well, the flock might float inside. So this is another story. Okay, another thing for AGS, we need to know the PAOs, polyphosphate accumulating bacteria. There are so many bacteria for this. Contoh dia tak tulis ni, sorry. Dichloromonas. Lebih kurang lah, Dichloromonas. Okay, tak apa. Because we are PCP, even bio also, only those who concentrate on PAOs only will know this. But we need this macam lendir-lendir polymer ni for the AGS. So how do we do that? So to have that, we need to understand again, and we need to go back and become Ant-Man and become small. Tengok dia. Okay, phosphate from our food lah. So our phosphate accumulating organism ni, okay, dia ni yang akan mengambil fosfat yang makanan-makanan dalam wastewater tu dan akan masukkan dalam dia punya badan, dan masa tu dia mati. That's why we can take out when they flock lah. Tapi cara dia this phosphate bacteria, dia nak ada makanan. So untuk dia makan, dia nak kena ada tenaga. Dalam bakteria ni sendiri ada fosfat. So dia akan bakar sikit fosfat ni dan dia akan makan benda ni dalam satu tindak balas reaction yang very detail. They will make it into PHP ni. Ada PHA, banyak question. PHB, macam-macam ni. Tapi kita boleh panggil PHP atau PHB ke apalah. Yang ini semasa anaerobic zone. But our concern is only during this anaerobic zone. Because during dia jadi kepada flock ni semua ni, dia perlukan aeration lah. Sebab dia akan untuk pecahkan PHB ni, dia akan untuk dapatkan fosfora dekat luar ni, dia akan pecahkan PHB ni kepada CO2 dan lain-lain. Tapi our concern is the anaerobic yang akan membuatkan dia menjadi lendir-lendir ni tadi. Lendir-lendir ni adalah dipanggil ALP. Dia dekat, kalau dekat anaerobic zone kita pakai Sudan staining. Kalau dekat aerobic zone kita pakai Nazer. Macam itulah lebih kurang. Tak payah tahu sangat lah. But we need to have this. Accumulate this to make it apa tu use it to make it yang tadi ni. Yang mula-mula tadi ni. Sorry to say, I kena pusing balik. Mungkin ada yang tak. Sorry. Ini granule yang besar-besar ni. Macam biji-biji ni. Nampak round. Dari luar, dari jauh nampak round. Berasal daripada sini. Tapi yang sekarang ni kita hanya guna nitrification, denitrification. But we need to have that PAOs to make this. Itu maksud saya. Okay. With that understanding, we can continue further lah. Got the time. Okay. Then we need to understand second part. The granulation of the AGS, the hydraulic stress, and the alginate-like polymers. Alginate-like polymers ni, ini dia. Ini dia cakap ni. Ini nak dapat dia. Daripada PAOs. So, kita bercerita tentang orang yang study tu dah dapat. So, the credit goes to them. Sebelum ada, dia orang pun tak tahu. So, check bertahun-tahun. So, credit to them. Credit to the universities. It come from Holland. Now, in Holland, many use. In US also many. In Africa also many. But in US, they call it aqua nereda. In Holland, they call it Nereda cycle. Okay, AGS granule dia. Apa tu AGS granule? Apa dia hydraulic stress and apa dia alginate ni? Kita dah jumpa tadi lah. So ada later ada detail lagi. So ini yang kita nampak bulat-bulat tu. Okay, di dalam ini ada bakteria yang phosphate tu tadi. Dekat sini ada autotrope, heterotrope. Oh sorry, autotrope, heterotrope tak sebut. Sekejap. Sini ada. Ni. Yang mana menggunakan oksigen dia panggil autotrope. Yang mana tak guna oksigen dia panggil heterotrope. Tapi untuk proses nitrogen sahaja. Yang guna benda lain, nama lain lah. Bukan tak ada, saya pun not well versed. Okay, so ingat oksigen autotrope, tak oksigen heterotrope. Pusing-pusing ni memang orang pening selalunya. Okay, ini yang jadinya. Heterotrope yang tak ada oksigen, autotrope yang ada oksigen. Dia duduk dalam ni. So bakteria yang kalau dekat atobacter slug sana ada, sini ada, situ ada, hujung sana ada. Dia duduk sekumpul dalam ni. Yang buatkan dia punya ALE, lendir-lendir, PAOs tu ada kat sini. Yang nak tukarkan dia daripada amonia kepada nitrat kepada nitrat kepada nitrat kepada nitrogen ada dekat sini. So, itu yang senangnya tu. Okay. So, we go to Nereda cycle. The Nereda cycle ni lah, credit to them. The first one dibuat dekat cheese. Cheese bukan yang ni. Di syarikat buat cheese. Wastewater dia. Tapi banyak information tak boleh share. So they do the municipal lah. Macam IWK lah. Dekat EP. EP ni satu bandar. AAP dekat Netherlands. Dan kemudian Dia terus buat dekat Afrika. Nak tahu tempat panas okey tak. So dia punya bajet, dia punya pelaburan kan tinggi lah. Dan tempat-tempat lain pun ada. Okey, nak cepat lah. So ini tempat-tempat yang ada dah sekarang ni. Banyak lah. Yang ada guna Nereda cycle. Okay. The next tadi apa? Ni, hydraulic stress. Hydraulic stress. For hydraulic stress, we need to know that the treatment use SBR. Sequence based reactor. Dia ada step fill, draw, aeration and settling. Sama je. Cuma banyak modification kat situ. So kita boleh baca Nerida process. Advantage over include no seeding, substrate, enhance settling properties. Once it happen, dah tak payah buat apa-apa. Dia jalankan je. Until now, the research paper do not write yet the problem. The problem only on the into sustainability, which means that they use electricity. They use electricity to aerate. More aeration needed, longer aeration hour needed. But now, since we have our solar system, solar panel, so they making into that lah. Betul. Okay, and then the enhance of settling properties. Okay, improve kan settling properties ni. Cepat lah macam tadi tu. Dah 25 second dah dah turun dah. Yang apa tu conventional kita ada SV30. 30 minit tunggu. SBI nak bahagikan dengan VSS. Kira lama. So ini dah dekat sana SBI yang 30 minit tu dia ada SBI dah lain. SBI dia 3 minutes. 30 second. Dia ada dah benda tu. Kita belum ada lagi. They create it for them. For this system. Okay, and coexist. Maknanya dalam bola tadi tu. Kan? Dua-dua semua ada. Okay, next. Okay, minyak pun ada. Dia buat lah. Contoh-contoh. You can read your apa tu later I think Cik Omar akan bagi. And we can see efficiency 97%, 87, 99% reduction of all this. Okay, the physical difference between the flock and the granules. The flock yang biasa lah. And our granule. Yang ni kecil-kecil, yang ni besar. 0.5 mm dekat setengah cm. Dekat setengah cm boleh ada. Settling velocity very fast. Dalam 1 minute tu dah ada dah tu. Hindered discrete dia apa tu. Ni mana saya silap ni terbalik ni. Dia SPI 5 minute. Okay. Ni kira dapat. Kiraan dia dalam time miligram per gram kali dengan 1000 bahagi dengan BSS tu. Dan seterusnya we can see the different AGS equivalent with a degree of sphericity. Maknanya akan bulat. Ni tak ada shape. Yang ini settle dia laju. Withstand high organic loading. boleh ni kena check. Yang ni memang boleh kena check tapi sensitif kepada bakteria. MLSF pun macam tu. Resistant juga. Apa tu, extra polymer substance. Assist adhesion. Apa maksud dia? Ini tadi. Saya ghostan balik. Ni. Ini. ALE. Alginate. Like apa tu, polimer. Exopolymer. E tu exopolymer. Luar. Exo. Endo dalam. So nama-nama ni untuk biological atau makro tu rasanya dia biasa kot. Saya pun baru tengok je. So yang macam ni keadaan dia akan jadi macam ni. Dia akan jadi macam ni. Okey, saya tak nak sentuh pasal glycogen. Tapi glycogen pun dia akan buat PHP tadi tu. Dia akan buat PHP tu tadi. Tapi dia tak akan dekat anaerobik dia buat tu. Tapi dekat aerobik tu dia lain. Tapi kita tak payahlah kisah tu. Sebab biasanya kita ambil PAO ni. Bipolymer tu dia jadikan macam glue lah. So barang kadang-kadang kita dapatkan ni. Ini bermaksud berkali-kali kita recycle, kita akan dapat gumpalan yang besar. Sampai saiz setengah cm tu kira besar. Dan yang bakteria mati lepas tu akan keluar. Keluar dan masa kita discharge, cara discharge je lah. Bukan cara macam biasa. Dia akan keluar. Tapi BOD, COD semua turun cepat. Ini GS. Ini yang biasa. Ni ada yang brownish ni dia punya ALE tadilah. Alginate like exopolymer. Yang dapat daripada PAOs. Okey. Diorang ada buat lab scale. Saya tunjuk ni gambar-gambar semua dalam internet ni. So diorang buat, diorang dapat daripada kecil-kecil menjadi besar. Okay, dia culture lah, macam culture. Tapi culture bukan dia masukkan apa-apa pun. Dia recycle. After 1 year. Dia orang pernah buat mula-mula after 2 years. Baru clear sebab you know lah, try and error. Kan? Okay, some of the places cantik nampak. Okay, we talk about this SBR. SBR memang ada. Memang kita ada fill up, proses fill up berapa minit. Lepas tu aeration berapa minit. Lepas tu kita biarkan dia berapa minit. Kan? Bagi dia settle. Sebab masa aeration ialah masa autotropik jalan. Masa settling tu masa heterotropik buat kerja. Ini heterotropik. Dan lepas tu draw dan ulang balik. Sistem inilah yang digunakan untuk buat Narada cycle ni. Sama, lebih kurang lah dia ambil benda ni, sistem ni. Sebelum dapat sistem ni memanglah macam-macam sistem try. Ini kira macam orang main forex. Sebelum tu dia agak-agak dia punya teori lah apalah, dia punya bar tu akan naik. So dia buy kat situ kan. Tapi rupa-rupanya dia turun. Dia try and error. Tapi bila dah jadi, kita tengok, baru kita tahu. Baru orang buat teori. Sebenarnya sebelum masa itu mana dia tahu. It can be anything. Because banyak faktor. Termasuklah sini. Itu contoh lah. Termasuklah sini. Okay. So, dia sama. Fill up, aeration, settling. Fill up, aeration, settling macam tu. So data-data yang tadi tu yang saya tunjuk tu sama, yang ni data yang sama tadi. Efficiency dia, reduction COD, reduction molecule, total nitrogen, phosphorus, kalau ada phosphorus, suspended solid. Boleh baca ya. So granulating dia. Okay, dia orang buat guna lab, lepas tu mini tabletop, lepas tu pilot project. Mini tabletop ni dekat atas meja, pilot project ada buat seiras dengan plan yang betul. And then dia buat dekat plan, dia guna SBR punya sistem, and then kalau tempat lain nak buat baru ataupun already there, they modify, they use this SBR over there. Okay, granulation, pre-stage of granulation. Maknanya 11.45. Okay. Pre-stage granulation, EPS ni, extracellular polymer tu tadi, yang kita dapat dari PHP. PHP ialah lipid polymer. Macam-macam jenis. Polysaccharide ke nukleik apa-apalah. Macam-macam. Yang ni kena ada. Lepas tu hydraulic granulation ini SBR tu yang buat. Dia kena berkacau-kacau, pusing naik, berpusingkan dia. Apa tu, granul tu makin kecil, makin besar, makin dia lekat. Ditarik, dilekat secara polimer kan, dia keluar, dia melekat. Dan ALE, flock. Dia flock tu dia jadi kat dalam tu. Okey, cara-cara nak tengok dalam reaktor yang dia orang buat lah. Ni contoh-contoh lah. Dia orang ambil gambar. Ni luki-luki ni dulu kan, dulu. Lepas tu bila sekarang ada boleh ambil foto dalam mikroskop tu, dia ambil lah foto. Okey, ini contoh-contoh macam-macam jenis cara dia orang nak adakan radar. Ni saya cakap trial, ini pilot, ini trial, ni pilot, ni pilot. Maknanya dalam lab atau dalam satu benda yang tempat yang kecil lah. Try dapat study. Itu yang saya bagi tu. So saya buat kerja menerangkan ni senang lah. Tapi sebenarnya kredit adalah pada dia orang ni. It's not me. I'm just telling. In Malaysia, not yet happen. I don't know if happen. You can tell me, you can share. Okay. This is the conventional activity slash with anaerobic here. Biasa kalau slash wastewater dia ada aerobic anosik ni. Tapi sekarang IWK dia dah buat anaerobic 2A. A2A. Anaerobic, anosik, aerobic. Aerobic masuk apa tu, oksigen dekat diffuser ni. Tapi kalau anosik tak ada oksigen, tapi hanya untuk nitrogen punya proses saja kita panggil anosik. Anaerobic is general. Okay, kita tengok dekat mikroskop tadi, nak pasang sini ke, nak bagi dia lepas banyak. Ini cara yang dibuat. Okey, macam mana nak dapatkan secara fizikal, secara praktikal. Apa tu? Okey, dah keluar. Dia punya polimer tadi tu. So, apa dia orang buat ialah dia ambil daripada dewatering, centrate dia, air anaerobik ni, dia ambil air tu, dia masukkan balik dalam activated sludge ni. Sebab hanya anaerobik saja yang kita akan tolak ke belakang. Hanya anaerobik sludge, anaerobik proses saja yang keluarkan benda ni. Ni. Ini hanya berlaku di anaerobic zone. So masa anaerobic zone tu kita ambil dia. Kita ambil dia, nak ambilkan nak jadi ni. Nak ambil ni. Dia masuk. Ni praktikal dia lah. Tu dia buat macam tu. Tu yang proses ni dia panggil bioaugmentation of existing plant with granules. Dengan granule tu dah start lah sini. Masuk. Ambil. It can be stopped. It can be running. Nak tengok besar. This can be 1 day, 1 year, and it can be 2 years. Okay. Granule flock separation. Okay, ni cara dia tengok. Okay, dan seterusnya saya cakap tadi use centrate from anaerobic system from different process. This to establish the agglomeration process to generate biosolid slash existing process. Okay, nak dapatkan ALE, alginate light exopolymer. So keyword saja, another 50 minutes Encik Omar. So we go to the practical side where they can get this, and I show you. Ni dah besar, nampak dah besar. Seperti dia bergumpal. Mula-mula tak ada, maybe kita kata, selepas sebulan ni tak ada ni, fail ni. Sama lah macam anaerobic. Anaerobic dia ada acclimatization. 1-2 months, semua turun. COD semua macam tak dipecahkan. Tak dapat. Tapi lepas 30 hari, 40 hari, dia punya reduction naik. Okay. Selalu jadi macam tu. Tu. Yang tadi tu. So lukisannya cantik lah. Tapi realitinya yang ni lah. Ni. Ni realiti. Nampak bulat. Sebenarnya dia bukanlah bulat sangat pun. Tapi dia macam kental-kental. Kita boleh tekan-tekan, picit macam tu. Okay, two major selection mechanism, hydraulic and ALE tadi ni. So dalam mikro dia macam-macam term. Kita ni baru belajar peringkat. Orang kata dia ada 100 peringkat, untuk ni saya ambil macam 1-2 peringkat je lah. Bawah-bawah ni. So senang nak faham. Just relevant to our aqua nereda cycle ni. Ingat aqua nereda from US, nereda cycle from Holland. Okay, ini contoh lagi. Bila dia buat jadi macam ni, dia nak tunjuk dia punya hidrolik tu. Dia pusing-pusing, dia ada reaction kat dalam ni. Dia mesti ada gerak macam tu. Masa aeration tu. Masa air ni, dia perlukan air. So dia punya jantung dia ada air ni je pula. Tapi kena ada lah ALE apa semua. Sekiranya kita tak ambil bioaugmentation tadi, kita tak akan jadi. Without bioaugmentation, tak akan jadi. Sebab tak ada polimer. Okay. Cantik lah. Okay, ni contoh settle face. Ni yang saya buat, slide yang saya buat. Yang lain semua copy. Wash out smaller and lighter particle. Okay, wash out yang partikel lain dikeluarkan. Lighter flock is wasted. Lighter flock keluar. Waste dia keluar atas, dia bukan bawah. Keluar atas. Dense granule settle faster. Dan yang dense ni yang density dia tinggi lah. Lebih tinggi yang tadi tu. Yang keluar ni. Reactor become anaerobic. Masa ini dalam tu dia ada anaerobic. So hydraulic solution alone cannot withstand to maintain granule and cannot develop bigger. During anaerobic condition needs to centrate from ini masa-masa terjadinya granule. So kalau tiada PAO tak jadi. Tak jadi. Itu yang diorang penjumpaan yang paling mahal lah, orang kata. So settle, yang ini akan keluar. Lighter keluar. Even the lighter granule pun, kalau ada lighter granule akan keluar. Lighter flock pun akan keluar. So we need that only. So yang keluar-keluar ni adalah slush yang kita buang. Yang kita jadikan ke landfill. Ni slush ni. Selalunya compare to actual one is only 20%. Banyak dia ni. Kalau ada 100 kilo, 20 kilo pun tak sampai kadang. Kadang 10 kilo. Tu maksimum lah. Kadang 1% saja. So in terms of sustainability, cradle to cradle, process product, this is better. This is better. Yang cuma dia punya ini adalah dia punya masa nak kena sekejap lagi aeration tu. Okay, next. Bila dah aerobik ni jadi, release during fill up. Apa tu ini? Okay, kita kejap balik ke sini. Ini akan turun lah. Turun air, level air ni turun. Ini apa? Ini adalah macam settling tank. Kalau kita masukkan air ni tinggi, dia akan overflow dekat sini. Yang jernih ni semua akan keluar kat sini. So dalam proses ini tak ada settling tank. Clarifier, sorry. Macam clarifier. Tak ada clarifier. This is the clarifier. There is no clarifier tank for this process. That is one of the benefit there. So fill up, dia masuk. Through anaerobic release during influent is introduced in the granule bed, settle on the reaction flow. Okay. Influent masuk dan dia akan lebih kat sini. Okay. Lighter akan keluar. Ni belum, lighter akan naik lah. Dense granules settle faster, maximal PO absorption. Okay, and then level naik. Ada gelap. Level akan naik. Dan dia keluar ke atas tu. So yang keluar atas tu lebih kurang gambar macam ni. Ni dia naik atas, dia akan melompat ke dalam gutter ni lah. Dia kira macam gutter lah. Tapi V-shape pipe ke, U-shape pipe ke, macam tu lah. Top breather. Dan dia akan dikeluarkan. Okay. Ini tutup lah. Kalau buka ni dia tak akan sampai lah. So discharge. Yang daripada atas ni baru dia discharge. Macam clarifier. Just like clarifier, it discharge through the vias of the clarifier. So there is no study that they having pin flock here. I don't know. Ada ke tak ada. But they say don't have. But the pin flock is because of that microbe yang tak dapat makanan. DO rendah, tak apa, dia akan lompat-lompat ke sini. Dekat, the vias. Vias tu tempat yang macam V, dekat clarifier, air dia keluar tu. Kat situ, lekat-lekat slush. Sini tak ada. Dia jernih. So air tu cantik, jernih. So kita nampak ni, dia masuk sini, dia akan berkumpul, dia akan keluarkan lah somewhere. Ni air yang masuk tu dekat atas. Saya panggil gutter tu. It's pipe yang open, yang dia orang nampak, yang pergi ke sana. Yang ini tadi tutup. Ini tutup, yang ni buka. Senanglah nampak, clear, nak check ke, nak ambil sampel ke, nak apa ke. It's up to us. Okay, the longest phase is the aeration. Okay. Aeration ini kena granule ni kena berpusing-pusing tu yang dia jadi macam bola tu, berpusing-pusing. This is the longest phase. Nitrate transported by diffusion from the outer layer. Diffusion ni resapan. Layer zone into the anosmic zone. Okay, kita tengok balik. Outer aerobic zone to anosmic zone. Aerobic nitrification, anosmic so secara resapan. Semua secara resapan. Ini bukanlah kulit. Ini adalah selaput-selaput yang apa tu boleh telus air. Macam tu. Betul. And then ni tadi kan. Okay, and then dia ulang balik lah. Ulang balik. Bagi masuk ulang balik. Ulang balik. Okay. Okay, when we say aeration, this is the time dia buat masa pilot plan. So about 4 hours kan? 60, 8, and 80, 3 hours punya aeration. Inilah masa yang banyak guna elektrik. So now they trying to do with the pump using apa tu panel solar panel. Kat sini ada. Okay, and ini apa saya buat? Okay, ini daripada sini ke sini dapat jenis kan? Dia bergerak lah. Ni buffer tank dia, tunggu collection tank ke apa ke, jalan. Dia akan tunggu. Dia tak ada continuous flow. Sini sebab dia nak 3 jam aeration, fill up, apa tu, settle down kat sini. Dan ni keluar. Air-air yang sini tadi keluar ke atas. So dalam difference between aerobic granule slash and activated slash flocks. What substance flock the aerobic granule slash? If we say activated slash flock, only the excrete of the slime layer when it reach to the death phase of the apa tu cat, the apa dia panggil leg cat, leg phase cat. Tapi untuk granul activated slime ni pun ada apa tu yang tadi tu excrete semua ada, dan juga dia ada alginate like exopolymer tadi yang dapat daripada PAOs. Okey, okey. Tak nak ini panjang, masa dah. Saya nak sebut pasal tank arrangement and cost down, cost saving, sorry. Okay, when we have apa tu this Nareda, we can have like this. Apa tu dia punya layout, or we can have a buffer and have 2. Okay, or we can join hybrid dengan apa tu activated slash ni, conventional activated slash, secondary clarifier, buffer tank sini, Nareda ni pun boleh, dan berbagai-bagai lah. And I want to show you that this is the outcome. Sebelah suku.
Assalamualaikum Tuan.
Ya.
Dah saya inform Tuan, kita lagi 5 minit untuk for your
Okay.
paper.
Itu yang nak laju tu. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to our participant. So maybe you can read. The sustainability of this is that, okay, people over there in Europe, they having this many clarifier. So with this Nareda, they only apa tu kekal kan? This area only. No need banyak-banyak. This one also. Tak pakai dah benda-benda ni. Dia pakai yang sini je. So the footprint about 70% saving. And we say that area 90,000 kepada 30,000. About 1/3. Okay. So others please read by yourself. So it is a better effluent quality, 30%, 50% less energy, 75% less footprint, chemical use less. Cuma dia punya energy untuk aeration. Energy lain tak ada dah. Okay. I hope I present it well. I'm sorry if you don't understand because of time consuming. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Rahim, for your wonderful presentation on AGS. As everyone has figured out by now, AGS is a new type of process that has not been really uh, uh, used in Malaysia yet. However,
Malaysia,
we hope, me and Mr. Rahim hope that through this conference, AGS will be more widely known and accepted. So, tapi regarding some people's questions, yes, after the conference, we will provide the speaker papers and the conference recording to everyone here. So don't worry. Mr. Hakim, if any participant have any further questions regarding AGS, is there any way to contact you?
Email.
Can you please put your email in the chat box so they can contact you if they have any questions regarding AGS or anything regarding IETS.
Okay.
In the meantime, does anybody have any questions for Mr. Rahim? If not, we can move on to our next speaker. Okay, it seems that Mr. Rahim has posted his email to the chat box. So if anyone has any questions regarding AGS or ITS in general, feel free to contact him your questions. So once again, thank you very much, Mr. Rahim, for your paper, and
You're welcome.
I hope everyone here has something new to think about after this conference. So a round of applause for Mr. Rahim, everyone. Thank you. So without further ado, let's move on to our next speaker. So before we move on to our next speaker, let me see some hands in the chat. How many are still with us today? Or have you already wandered off and done something else? If you're still here, please reply yes. Or I'm still here. Or I'm ready for the next paper. Okay, there are a few here still here. Thank you once again. Thank you very much for everyone who took their time and energy to be with us today. It's a pretty technical conference, I understand, but yeah. I hope what you learn from this conference you can apply in your own organizations later on. So, without further ado, let's move on to our next speaker.
Assalamualaikum.
Assalamualaikum tuan. Kerjaya tuan? Oh, sorry. Sorry for that. Mr. Rahim, can you please stop sharing your screen because we can't pin the new speaker. Oh, got it. Okay, got it. Mr. Hafiq, can you hear me?
Yes, can you see my video? Can you see my face?
I can see your backdrop, but your face is not on the screen, sir.
Oh, wait. So I
Okay.
think actually first
So, meanwhile, has everyone already filled in the transform that I sent earlier? Is there anyone who missed out? If there's anyone who missed out, I can resend it again. Just for everyone's knowledge lah. So I'm assuming everyone already checked in. It's good. Okay. Let's give our speaker, Mr. Shafiq, 5 minutes for him to figure out his technical issue.
Why can't see my face? Hello, Michael, Cik Umar.
Sekejap, saya panggil my technical to datang assist.
I'm not sure because
Well done.
is it because of me? No.
So is it possible if you try to show your face without the background first? Maybe the background is overlapping over your face, like layering, you know. Yeah, try to switch off your back. Try to remove the backdrop first, then only put your face. Oh, so I think it might be your camera issue. Because your screen is currently you're opening your video, your camera, but I'm seeing all black. So I think it might be your laptop camera issue. It's not able to project the image. I mean, capture the image of you. Yeah, I think it's a camera issue on his side.
Okay, how can we do this?
One of our participants, he mentioned that maybe the camera is locked. Can you check that?
Let me check the setting.
Sir, if I may ask, your camera, is it built into your laptop or is using a third-party camera? It's in your laptop, yeah.
Yeah. Camera setting.
Maybe just slide open. The slide, there is a slider at the camera.
Yeah, following Mr. Rahim's advice, maybe you can just share your screen.
Camera video. Sama apa Zoom. Oh, dia nak dari sana.
Sorry everyone for the technical issue. Let's give Mr. Shafiq a few minutes to figure it out. I see that he has left the Zoom webinar, and I believe that he's going to do the time-old method of unplug and plug it back in.
Sure, can show the video, but okay, let me share the slide first.
Yeah, I think it's best share him. Okay, so before we begin, allow me to introduce Shafiq. So if everyone is ready, we will now move to our third speaker for the day, Mr. Shafiq Husni, an ESG and carbon management expert. Mr. Shafiq holds several qualifications, including HSEMS, ISO 14001, 2018 Internal Auditor MS ISO 9001, and HSEMS ISO 40001, licensed by IK Academy Greenhouse Gases. He is also an Industrial 4.0 certified auditor under Standard and Industrial Research Institute of Malaysia. He is also a certified schedule waste management platform, environmental auditor, and environmental impact assessment issued by the Institute of Environmental Malaysia. So now, please welcome our third speaker for the day, Mr. Shafiq, with his paper titled Strategic Scheduled Waste Management, a sustainability driven approach. Mr. Shafiq, the floor is yours.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much to first is our host today. Then Mr. Umar.
You're welcome.
Huge thanks to my Sheikha. And again to all the participants today. Right, so how many we are today? So I hope
Quite a few. Wow.
I hope
Yeah.
everybody can hear my voice clearly.
Yep. I can hear you
Again,
speaking.
I apologize because I can share my.
Can the participants hear Mr. Shafiq clearly?
So please
Yes.
say yes if you can hear my voice clearly.
Okay, they can hear you, sir.
All right. So
Alright.
I would say we are local here, so I'll be able to speak in English as well and somehow mix with the bahasa. All right, my part today for the next for 1 hour, I would like to share my experience on schedule waste management, combining with the sustainability approach, where we in Malaysia currently feel the impact uh, regarding on sustainability, carbon emissions, carbon calculations, the ESG roadmap, net zero, whatever related to carbon polluted emission from our industry, we can feel, especially for those who are involved in HSE, especially on environmental. I believe most here are quite well known when talking about sustainability. So my part today, and I believe you have more experience than me. So I'm here to share as a invited speaker. So I hope we can have a sharing information. Don't forget, don't just pause me and ask me a question if you have something to ask, and we can have an open discussion about the topic we are going to present today. All right, so my part is going to share about strategic schedule waste management, which should focus on sustainability-driven approach. Okay, as a content today, I would like to share a link between ESG, schedule waste management, regulatory industrial standard, and how the impact of poor schedule waste management to the climate change, as well best practice on ESG driven by schedule waste management, some of case study, so where not we have an international case study where is a proven record, and how implementation strategy for industrial player like we are you as well, and as a conclusion, so anything call for action or we can discuss any topics. about that. Okay. So I begin. This is overall. Okay. A photo mentions show that overall application. How are we normally here in Malaysia? So we have our operation waste from industrial construction, from the pilot plant, or maybe power plant, the oil and gas, where you have, I would say, almost similar process flow. Then I believe we apply almost the same concept. Okay, we have our guideline from the Department of Environmental (DOE). We also follow as a EQA 1974 as our main regulations, somehow specifically on secondary waste management 2005. So those information are as our reference. How are we going to manage our secondary waste? But along the way, so the times pass by, new approach of environmentals. Currently, we are facing another challenge on implementation of sustainability, where you can say under sustainability, there are a few, I would say, additional regulations. Additional regulations on waste management, regulations on air pollutions, regulations on latest implementations, transporting, diesel, everything. So it's combining all together that will impact our monitorings. Okay, you can see here in the photos mentioned how is work, how recycling program, waste from the water impact water, transportations. We have emissions, we have air pollution. Those will impact how are we going to treat, how are we going to manage, especially for the company who has their own ESG report. Okay, so who's here have their own ESG report? So can you share something, or you can raise your thumbs up that your company has already implemented, or maybe you in the stages of carbon counting or emission counting. So please let me know. Yeah, we can share, we can have a further discussion about this. Right? Okay, in terms of introductions, okay, so I would say on the environmental parts, sustainability, resources use, pollution prevention, waste management, where they're separately on a few sectors. So in terms of health and safety, community impact, and labor right also as well. So in terms of government-wise, related on compliance, even though for the sustainability, they have a specific in Malaysia. Okay, we're talking about in Malaysia, they have no specific regulations amendment yet. That's why when we go to Department of Environmental, they can put a specific enforcement on the sustainability approach because they have no in our parliamentary discuss or enforce, or we have amendment on specific regulations, but combining based on best practice as a guideline from the ESG, we can have our own for our company. That's why for those company, for a company who have their own roadmap on sustainability, they have their own roadmap on carbon emissions, carbon reductions, or any zero program on waste management, where they, especially on the first spot, okay, for those company registered in the first spot in Bursa, is a compulsory to them because Bursa enforce them to do it so. That means challenge for you. And I believe we most of the company here in Malaysia, we have probably have a tricky part or technically part quite hard to define, mostly in scope 3. We have a scope 1, easier, scope 2, direct electrical consumptions, scope 3, where you mostly on our waste, on our material, on our logistic, upstream, downstream, most fall in the scope 3. So you need a specific guide, I would say a consultant to guide you, to support you to identify what is the best practice. So bear in mind, in the scope 3, of accessibility, so you don't need to follow all the things. We have 15 items altogether, but just choose what is right for your company. For example, waste material management, logistic.
Excuse me, Mr. Shafiq.
Yes.
I'm sorry, but I just realized that you are presenting not in presentation mode. You're presenting in speaker mode. So can you please go to display settings at the top of your screen and
Screen.
yeah, display settings. Or you can just end slideshow, then we start slideshow.
Stop sharing.
Stop share, then share it back.
Okay, wait a minute.
Because just now, yeah, what you were showing was your task manager for presentations. Thank you everyone for pointing it out. But I think it wasn't aware of it. And he is gone. Fair enough. Seems like we have more technical issues from Mr. Shafiq's side. Let's give him a guess. Let's give him a moment, shall we? So Miss Ashura, just to let you know that after that, we will be sharing all the slide presentations from every speaker after the conference has concluded, along with the event recording.
Okay, do you see my slide?
Yes. Okay, let's show.
Okay.
Oh, still same. Can you please go up to display settings at top of your screen? Display settings.
This setting is hang.
At the top of the screen, just
Is hang internally. Wait a minute.
okay. When you click the display settings, there should be options to full screen.
Yes, it's hang.
Okay.
It's delaying suddenly. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. So it's not moving. It's not
In the
moving.
case, maybe slight technical issue. Just give a bit more time. Just don't click.
Okay, display setting.
Yeah, just click the display setting at the top of the screen. Then it should be stop. There's always like slideshow. Is the option available to you?
No.
Oh, okay.
Okay, let me. Okay, Mr. Umar, can you share? Okay, you share the slide to behalf of me. Can you?
Oh, faham? Boleh. Sekejap, give me a minute. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Nice. So, which
Do
slide
you
were
want to use the PowerPoint or PDF?
No,
Or it's okay.
I can just full screen using the PDF.
Okay, right.
So
Okay,
you
next slide.
next slide. Sure.
Okay, this one.
Okay. Just give me
We
the
still
next
remain.
section.
Sorry, everybody. I'm sorry. All participants, I'm sorry due to with the technical problem here. Okay, so we put on the next points. Okay, a part of that, so reduce environmental impact and improve corporate reputation. Okay, bear in mind, we're talking about schedule waste itself and impact to our corporate, our managements. They are looking, I would say, almost a single process flow. For example, if you explain about, for example, oil disposal, they say disposal, because I'm quite experienced involving in audit, okay, internal and external audit, where they want to see the flow process, how are you going to dispose your material or your waste. For example, if you are mentioned about from yard, from the other department as well, they use, for example, a ticket or a coupon, not a coupon, a receipts to mention that okay, this amount meant we're going to send to our scheduled waste disposal. So we need to show the tickets, we need to show the dates, and then it must be in line or tally with our record. That's why implementation, sustainability, especially on ESG, is not as simple as that. So you have to make sure you fully understand how it's work. Okay. Then enhances of regulatory. Again, I mentioned to you, they have no specific compliance related to ESG or sustainability, but it's depend on your company. You have to follow, for example, GSG protocol. You have your Paris agreement. So that's how it's work. Okay. And again, if you are talking about award achievement on your sustainability programs or in related to ESG, certain compliance need to follow normally based on certain standards that you are going to follow. Okay. Again, improper disposal rate and soil. This is a part of the element you have to monitor if you're talking about sustainability. And then lastly, at the end, we are going to see how much emission from our process contribute to our CO2. That's the point. So previously, when we are managing schedule waste, we are dealing with the material. I mean, end to end. I mean, from cradle to cradle or maybe cradle to cradle. But dealing with the sustainability, dealing with the ESG, we need to add on one thing that which is carbon emissions. That's the thing as become our indicator how good we are, how efficient we are managing our schedule waste. Okay, right. Next. Okay, this is the link between ESG and the schedule waste. Therefore, for a few information that you need to know. First, the impact of waste disposal. Okay. Second, how the frame of ESG will support your waste management. Third, role of governance. That means your company or your a corporate in enforcing a compliance and best practice. And last, about social responsibility in waste reduction initiative. Okay, these are four main points I would say become your priority when you want to develop or you want to focus on schedule waste on the sustainability part. For example, number one, we're talking about a simple one example. For example, diesel, waste oil. How are you going to dispose by sustainability approach? Number one, you have by compliance under Schedule Waste 2005, we have a strict flow. So end user, we have a transporter, and then to the waste disposal facilities. Get the straight point of the proper process. But under ESG, so you have to consider all process flow. Okay, you have to define who are going to handle, how much, the time, the quantity. It will be a specific process flow that you need to define in your, especially in the report. So it's become a specific process flow. So you need to define from the, especially from your supplier, from the process, from your supplier, you as a user, and then after you print it and become the waste, there's a process flow you need to define detail. Okay, what is the framework practically used for your company? There's a lot. It depends on your industry, but normally we use as a general reporter GRI as a reference. It's up to you. You have various information, various options for your report. Okay, but again, it depends how you define your process flow. All right. Third, role of governance. Again, compliance. Don't try to be above the regulations compliance. Don't be too much above. It's become a stress to your company as well. Just be the same as a compliance. Add on more on how you can contribute to reduce and impact to the ESG. Okay, that's the main point. Again, lastly about social responsibility, where is mostly covered on scope 3. So how you dealing with your vendor, dealing with your probably your maybe your facilities disposal. I mean that's how the social responsibility is work. Okay, so in case you somehow okay, for example in construction, I would say one example. Normally auditor will spot a few leaking or spillage on the ground because there's no specific regulation mentioned in our EQA how 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 small or how big or how small or how big the amount of the spillage that consider as spillage. Okay, so what my suggestions to the company, to the construction company, okay, just dig everything that contain in your soil. Okay, you have an option. Okay, if you want to recycle, you can use you can combine in, for example, in cement, for example. Okay, so there's an option. Otherwise, it will be effect on your storage times. Okay, so there's something that somehow in environmental in ESG you need an advice from third party how an idea to dealing to manage those areas. Okay, right, next. Okay, and part of regulatories, okay, this is general. So normally on the environmental part, we have EPA 1964, we have International Business Convention, and also in the standard we have ISO 14001 as a standards. Right. Other than that, we have on the DCA part, and we also have related compliance for emission factor. Okay, those will affect our regulatory. So again, don't be above the regulatory if you want to implement your ESG or in sustainability program. Okay. Okay, a part of industrial compliance, you have a lot of options. Okay, you have a lot of options based on what you are looking for. This depends because certainly we have a more one pillar as a reference. Then those compliance difference and also will affect how you are going to map your company roadmap. Okay, and a case study, you can have a lot of case study around the world. For example, if you are from the F&B industrial, you have reference from Nestle. If you are IT, you have from Microsoft. If you are a company of state waste management, you also have our local as well, and also international as well. For example, SW Waste Management from US is their reference that you can use, okay, as your benchmark, as your guideline. How are we going to manage your schedule waste in the sustainability approach? Okay, next. Okay, so now the impact of schedule waste on climate change. First, you will dealing with the carbon footprints on your waste, number one. So for your information, for those who are involved in the life cycle analysis of carbon footprint, we have to count how much carbon for each your waste, for example, how much. So we take a time and need a very technical, big technical approach to define, to count your carbon. Okay? The second on the data driven on the in your case mostly is schedule waste, they produce methane gas. So there's something that you need again a technical person to help and to guide you. I believe Mashika have their own team so can help you, and they will consult you based on your industry approach. Okay, third, and on the long-term environmental consequence, long-term it means if, for example, for future possibility, we gonna have a tax for carbon. We will tax by our carbon emissions. For our neighbor in Singapore, currently they charge for 1,000 tons equivalent CO2 equal to $25. $25. So somehow those become a pressure to us. So that's why we need to reduce, recycle any related program to make sure that we should and must have a lesser carbon emitted, otherwise will affect our industry. Okay, this is for the long term. And then lastly, for the case study pollution impact, you can see a lot of things. You can have a example local and internationally how the impact of the pollutions. There are a lot of case study we can refer, okay, for our reference in order to maintain, to manage our schedule waste. Okay, next. Yeah. All right. Okay, next. Okay. All right. The best practice on schedule waste management. First, basic information you have to know is waste minimizations strategies. Reduction, reduce, reuse, recycle, recovery is the basic process. So as a company, you must have a person who has a non-technical knowledge about how to reuse those for your material. And then a circular economy approach, where how are we going to manage our waste? How can we reduce? How can we calibrate? Is how the circular economy. Okay, not all our waste directly disposed to the landfill or its facilities, but somehow we can have a further collaboration with other third party as a circular economy. For example, simple example, our oil. So where can we use for the third party can use our oil as their support. Okay, our probably maybe contaminated plastic, for example. So try to find out the best practice other than directly disposed to our landfill. And then implementation of green technology. We have a lot of current approach technology. For example, how are we going to use our material? But again, we have to refer the basic process flow. How are we going to manage from the eliminations, from the engineering process, from the management, and from the product itself. So that's how the I would say the component of environmental officer or your environmental persons in your company is very important, because the person should have a knowledge how the implementation of the green technology will impact to your company. So not only for the regulations, but somehow in your economic value. Then you have to study about the return on investments. If we want to invest on technology, how long the return on investment to our management. For example, if they want to use a bore technology, bore water technology, or for example, water harvesting technology approach in your company, so how much it will return to your company? Here again, we compare to the technology that we use, energy that government contributes, and against but somehow currently you can have my suggestion. Normally in a company, a big company, they have their own internal carbon pricing. That means whatever approach they're going to do, or any project they want to do, they will count again for their own carbon emissions. From that, by investing the technology or approach to reduce the carbon, the company will have roughly how much they will gonna save the money if they will implement those technology. Okay. Lastly, a case study again. A case study. Why a case study is very important? Because somehow a management, somehow our stakeholder, they looking for how much or how effective, how good if we are going to implement those new technology or the new approach. Okay, okay, next. Okay, this is the case study I would share to you from waste management from the US, where the company itself, how they turn the energy, how they turn their waste, to something very valuable. Okay, for here, they how much they cover, how many, how weighted of materials. From that, how they convert to energy, how they use the process, how this is a process that we here in Malaysia should have their, for example, as a reference. Okay, how much we can apply, can reduce, we can save, how much the contribution to the society or community. Then it become our trigger points to make sure that our target, our goals becomes something achievable. Okay, so everything is something have to deal with the management as well. So because we need to spend the money, we need to spend the budget, but in returns, what the company can achieve. Okay, as a reward, the company would recognize for the best company for the were ethical companies, okay, corporate citizens. So mostly on the ESG part, something need to be recognized to the public because they have no specific regulation, but they're depending on how much contribution to the society or the public based on your approach to the industry. Okay, other than that, you have, for example, experience from the case study from the Microsoft as well. You have an example from the F&B company, for example, like Starbucks, Nestle, where they have a huge record that we can have a reference for our industry. Okay, next. Okay, as a strategy, a few steps you need to be considered. First is step by step how to integrate ESG into the schedules. You need to define. Okay, you need to define because it's not easy work. It is something that and you have to combine all departments. Not only for HSC, you have to communicate with the financial, from the account, from the process, from the somehow marketing as well. So how you can integrate those ESG principles into the schedules. So I can explain here detail or too much technical because it takes time. But overall, generally is you need to understand integrating about ESG and schedules management. The second, again, about return of investment. So I have an experience how a bore water implementation to the company will impact water consumption to the process from the productions. So it's a bit technical. And somehow you need to understand how much water per liter per sales. So it's quite interesting for those who have a huge passion on the environmental. For the companies, for the management, they are looking for the how much money they need to invest and how long it will return to the company. Okay, that's the thing that for example for myself or for you, especially those working in the area, we have to understand and more on corporate strategy as well. Okay. Okay. Third, on the training engagement, is something that you have to know first. You have to understand first before you explain to your management. You have to master your area. You have to master your core area before you can implement it to the management. Otherwise, it become a white paper without a color. Okay, a white paper without a color because you need to draw, you need to color it up. If you don't know which color you're going to use, what's the thing that you want to draw, so management don't know. They want a new approach to the company, but they are looking for person who can help them define them the best way of strategy in sustainability and schedule management. Okay, so I suggest you can try a best, for example, practice. Try to come out instead. For example, previously we were known about safety first. Safety is our priority. Now try to put an awareness about safety and sustainability approach. So that's something awareness among your company, your workers, especially to your management, must be clear. Okay, so put in your their mind, put in your company mind, that is something need to be implemented for the best of the company. Okay, again, last about the technology approach, we have a lot of information, AI, have a blockchain, IoT. Those is something that can help you to define, to tracking, to identify, to solve your problem on schedule waste management based on ESG approach. Okay, next. Okay, as a conclusions, today So a few things that you need to know about. First, a basic understanding about waste minimization strategy. You have to know first circular economy approach, which is the way how you manage your waste, not only for by disposal or a landfill approach, but another approach how we can convert our waste into zero cost approach. Okay, try to come up with a strategy for zero cost approach other than you hire a transporter or schedule waste facilities to dispose your waste. Right. A third, on the green technology approach, they have huge. It's depend on your industrial. So any green technology approach or innovation you can apply. But again, you have to study how the ROI return of investment to your company. Okay. Okay. Again, lastly about training and engagement, it's about awareness. Not only you have to understand, but everybody in your company, your staff, workers, you have to understand why this is very important. Why, how important to your company, what the return to your company for the future. Okay. Okay. Second point is about encouraging industrial player. If you are probably a supplier, if you probably a consultant, please uh, do your best to support this approach. Okay, like the implementing of internal policy. Okay, normally it's quite technical parts, but the consultant you can advise best practice to the company. Okay, so any smart technology or any technology can be approached to the company. It's depend on the industry as well. And our incentive and rewards. Normally, the government have their incentive or rewards for those the company have their improvement, achievement on the sustainability as well. So you can see a lot of tons in awards that currently have been implemented. Is posted in the social media as well. And then last, about community engagement, don't forget number 17 on sustainability, they have collaborations. That means even though you have a limitation of skills, limitation of manpower, but you can have engagement by collaborating. And they have a lot. They have a lot of groups. They have a lot of volunteer programs, agencies that you can use by engaging them. Okay. A third important thing is collaborations on the any related waste solutions. You can have government sector collaboration, you have a private sector collaborations, and somehow on the technology approach, again, participant by the community, and anything that you can see that ESG or ESG goals, they can use for the company. Okay, those a key main point. Generally, I will share today to you, but technically or the deep down detail, you need to have a probably you can call a shaker for further information. How can you as a company try to have your own roadmap or how are going to start for your company for the sustainability. So I would say that's all for me today. So any questions? So I open to you. We can have wider informations and sharing today.
Okay, Mr. Shafiq, in terms of ESG implementation in currently in Malaysia, do you have any recommendations or any steps to advice to our participants on how to implement in their own organizations? As I understand right now, ESG has become quite a big topic in the industry, as many players are trying to find a way into or find about or find a cost-effective way to implement ESG into the operations, into the organizations. So in that regard, do you have any advice for our participants on how to implement it in a cost-effective way?
Okay. Okay. Thank you for the questions. All right. For those company or a person, or I mean, you have become consultant. How can you put a starter pack to start your company as a roadmap, for example? Okay. First, you need to, I would say, to have a deep discussions with your management first, right? It's something that management need to know first. They need to have their own clear mindset about this issue. Okay. Other than that, so it become a problem to you when you are going to implement or any a budget that you are looking for. Right? Let's need to we have a clear approach to your company first, especially to your management. That's number one. Okay. Uh, Again, if you are registered in the first spot in the bursa, is a compulsory. Uh, Most of financing part or investor, they are looking for a company who has a green approach in their business strategy. Okay, this is number one. Second, you have to have a clear visions about a mission on your company related to this contribution on ESG. That's why some company have their own roadmap. Again, we have a general roadmap, while international roadmap, we have by 2030, we are going to reduce almost 50% of our carbon emission. It's quite technical. You need a person who can have a skill to count the carbon. There's another story. But for the company looking for a future, I mean, for your company to establish the more green approach is one of the technology that become compulsory for the future. All right. Then this is more on the management part for your policy, your framework, your area and principal focus area, which area you need to focus on, for example, on the element environmental part, which area you need to focus on the social, on the governance sector. So those is the basic you have to know before you go into deep on the process part. Okay, other than that, it become I would say tricky and quite um, hard to implement it. So first, you have to clear with your management first. That's number one. And then the next steps is easier. So we just which area you need to cover up, which focus, which process. So what the thing need, what the most your major contribution to the environmental. So that's another part. Could be not too easy, but more on technical. But for me, the most critical parts, you make sure that your management, your shareholder have a very clear understanding about what uh, you are going to implement on the ESG or sustainability. Okay, because I believe most of the company have their own standard and SOP that as a support system. After that, just a different method approach from the ISO standard and adding more on sustainability approach. Okay, because you need to come up with a report as well on sustainability and ESG. So that's the thing that you need to have a clear explanation to your management. Okay, so that's my suggestions
Okay.
before anything you want to start about sustainability or ESG.
Okay. One more question. ESG is commonly linked with GLCs, MNCs,
Mm.
or like just large organizations, is it possible for small SMEs to also integrate ESG or sustainability in your operations? Or is it too expensive, or SMEs, they don't need to do ESG also? Because it's,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. For the future, okay, not for the future. Currently, most of our banks, they have their compulsory approach on for their report. Bank also have their own ESG report. I mean, all the banks in Indonesia, because they are listed in the first spot normally. So part of that, to maintain their reports in a good conditions, they have a company who borrow the money from their banks. This is the process. Okay, so for those a company who has a green approach, even though a simple approach by using a solar, simple approach by recycle program, that you define is part of your green program, they have an advantage to see more, or to, I would say, to be a favorite to the company, to approve more money for their business. That's how, even though SME is not compulsory yet, but it is something that you have to grab an opportunity, that you are a company that part of the green approach. This is my overview, because I've been dealing with a few bankers uh, for the criteria that they are looking for the future. So just make it simple how you can have a green for your company. Right?
Ladies and gentlemen, alert, fire alarm, please.
So thank you for the explanation, Mr. Shafiq. Is there any other questions from the participants regarding Mr. Shafiq and his paper? So seems like there are no further questions. Thank you once again, Mr. Shafiq, for participating in this conference. I hope that everyone here has received what the core of what Mr. Shafiq has tried to share with you through his slides. Once again, everyone, please give one applause for Mr. Shafiq. And Mr. Shafiq, if the participants need to contact you regarding ESG, if they have any further questions, is there any way to contact you? Maybe your LinkedIn or your
Okay, I don't have a LinkedIn as my sharing information, but due to further discussion, so maybe mostly I collaborate with my Sheka, so you can
I
contact
see.
Mr. Omar as well,
Okay.
so that he can prolong with me. So because we have a mutual understanding, so any programs related to ESG or sustainability, we also have partnerships
True.
to develop this. So
Okay. All right. All right. Once again, everyone, please give a round of applause for an awesome presentation from Mr. Shafiq. And thank you again. So after this, we'll have our lunch break until 2 p.m. So everyone, we'll be having our lunch break now, and we'll continue again at 2 p.m. Please join us. Please join our next session 1 minute before we go live. I'll see you then.
all right, thank you very much, everybody. Have a nice lunch.
Thank you very much, sir.
Bye. Assalamualaikum.
Bye.